Hello? Are we back? I don't know why, but my computer did freeze. I did check it. It seemed like the audio was going through, so we still have the audio. Okay. Did I also update to Windows 11? I mean, I do have Windows 11. Is that why it crashes? Anyway, I said uh-oh and then it crashed. Well, okay. When I said uh-oh, and that's when I closed it, actually. Been freezing a ton since updating. I have not frozen a ton, but it has frozen a little bit. Huge donation, I do see it. Alright, 1 second. Alright. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about the disruption there. Yeah, just computer crash, needed to restart, but we're back now. Loonsby, thank you for the $250 for the Trevor Project. Loonsby, tell us what's on your mind. Kitty, thank you for the 16 months. Is this a bad time? Well, if that was during the time that we were down, then yes. But we're back now. The last thing we were saying was, don't blame the banner for the -1 discard. That's not the banner's fault. So, you know, imagining a universe in which the banner is, there's 3 discards, I think the banner is great. I think the banner, you know, still is very similar to like Blue Joker and the ice cream. I think the way that I think about it is you create something from nothing. If I have banner plus, you know, maybe abstract Joker, then I score points with just garbage, and then I can use, if it's easier for me to score points, then it's also easier for me to use my value generators. However it is that I want to do that. What's the Trevor Project? It's an organization that focuses on crisis intervention and suicide prevention in LGBTQ and other youth. That's the idea. Gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, other kind of questioning, exploring folks. Anyway, the point is suicide prevention for young people. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Suicide prevention for young people is something that we care about and something that you might also want to care about. Choose your own adventure, I guess. Sorry, did Loonsby come back or did we lose them? Sorry about the disruption. Ah, Loonsby's back. Loonsby also crisis line volunteer, former queer young person. Former queer? Sorry. Queer, formerly a young person. Anyway, it's important. To you personally, I'm glad we could help in a little bit. If they get you unqueered? Uh-oh. Formerly young. Yeah. Me too. Formerly young. That was a long time ago. Okay. Banner is like ice cream and Blue Joker, except it blocks you from using your discards to find value generators. If you're looking for purple seals and blue seals, that's a thing that you care about a lot. It's definitely the worst of the Chips Jokers. Is it worse than Sly Joker? I think the answer is yes. Which makes it then still better than Swashbuckler, if I had to pick one. Atlas, thank you for the $5 for the Trevor Project. Also, Montero, thank you for the 6 months. 6 months, that's kind of cool. I think so too. Thank you for the support. Oh, shuffle me Jimbos. All my commons got shuffled, and then I can't find them anymore. What was next? We were doing the scaling jokers next, right? Where's the aux chord? Is this... Sorry. Where are the beats? You know, last time we had like the Balatro music in the background. That's like something that I could do. This is not a party. This is a lecture. Cat's S tier. Thought it was too consistent. It is... Or too inconsistent. Because you're able to play multiple lucky cards in one hand, because you're able to play multiple lucky cards in one round and you're able to retrigger them, the cat is fairly consistent. Like, it doesn't go up every round, but it goes up a little bit every ante. And that's the slow and steady that we're looking for. What about... Are we going to Square Joker next? No. Do we have any more plus... Do we have any more commons? Other than red card, green Joker, it's Supernova, it's Bus. I guess we have one more non-scaling Joker, it's Fortune Teller. The problem with Fortune Teller is it doesn't go up. That's the problem with it. I guess the other problem with it is it's $6. Alright, I give you two doors. I give you two options. Either Fortune Teller becomes $4. I think $3 is too cheap. I could give you $4 Fortune Teller. The promise of the Fortune Teller is that it's retroactive, right? So, you know, you find it later on in the run and it's already big because you've already done some tarot cards. Supernova's like that, right? You've already played some hands, and so it's Bus, you have to get it early, and then you start stacking it, right? Supernova, you just find it later, and then it already fits into whatever your build is already. Maybe you start with Bus and you find Supernova later. Or Supernova, if you do start with it, you can still, you know, in the early antes, spam pairs. If I know I have Supernova, I'm going to start spamming pairs right away, or high card, or whatever it is. Fortune Teller is kind of like that. It's this retroactive scaling. 16-foot anus. Thank you for the $5 for the Trevor Project. $8, 2 per tarot card. Okay, so that's another option. Okay, we said one option for the Fortune Teller is we make it cheaper. It's retroactive, so it, you know, maybe doesn't need to be as big as Green Joker, maybe doesn't need to be as big as Bus, but you know, maybe picking up a $40 Fortune Teller partway through your run, maybe that's good enough. Or maybe $30 Fortune Teller partway through your run, maybe that's good enough. Maybe you just make it a $4 Joker. Option number 2, we just make the number bigger. So maybe it's $2 per tarot card instead of $1 per tarot card. The idea behind the tarot cards is this is something that you're going to do anyway. Fortune Teller rewards you for something that you're going to do anyway. To do the Bus or Green Joker or Red Card or Supernova, you have to go out of your way to do a thing. Whereas Fortune Teller, you're already using tarot cards. You're already building your deck. Goodbye, Aaron. The problem is, if you're playing on higher stakes, you just don't have access to that many tarot cards. You just don't have access to those kinds of resources. And the way that you really get the big Fortune Teller is by using a lot of tarot cards. You have tarot generators, and some tarot cards, instead of selling them, you use them. But either it costs you $1 per tarot card to use it instead of sell it, or in the shop, it costs you $3 to buy a tarot card instead of just passing it in the shop. Hear me out. It's fun to find a Fortune Teller randomly and see that you used 80 tarot cards already. If you've used 80 tarot cards, you're playing on white stake, and if you find Fortune Teller with 80 tarot cards used, your deck is developed to the point where Fortune Teller is irrelevant to what you're doing. Why wouldn't you why don't you just want the number to be bigger? If I tell you that we can make the number bigger, why would you say no, we don't need to make it bigger? That's it. Mott, thank you for the $100 for the Trevor Project. Also, Shark Gurk, thank you for the $25 donation. Mott says, Trevor Project, that's a charity that's close to their heart. Bigger number would make it too broken. Well, I mean, we don't have to go bigger or number. We just make it a little bit bigger. So another option is Fortune Teller doesn't have to be retroactive. I think it's kind of cool and nice that it is retroactive, but it doesn't have to be. Like, it could be start at 0 and then give you +2 mult per tarot card that you use starting now. Which Joker are we rating? All of them. But we're talking about Fortune Teller right now. We're talking about these other scaling plus mult Jokers. +2, but not retroactive. That's option. That's an option. You could make Fortune Teller just cheaper. I'd be okay with it just being cheaper. That's an option. Daughter walked up to me and said, Dad, I think I like girls and not boys. Adorable. Congratulations, Mott. Is Shark Gurk here? All right. I think Fortune Teller is palatable with some changes. I don't think we need to throw it out completely. I think, loyalty card, it just doesn't work. It just this format just doesn't work. We need a completely different effect. I think Fortune Teller, we can fix it. We can fix him, okay? We just have to change the numbers, and then it's good. Goodbye, Wingcap. Thanks for hanging out. Why Fortune Teller bad, but Constellation good? We'll talk about that. We'll get there. All right. So, Bus, Supernova, Green Joker. Red card is the best one. Red card is the one you're already opening booster packs, or at least you should be already opening booster packs. So you gotta open those standard packs. You gotta open those Arcana packs, okay? And sometimes they just don't have what you want. You're already skipping booster packs. You're already getting value. So, red card for sure, better than the bus. Also, red card, if you find it later, it grows faster. You could get +6 per round. You're not going to get +6 every round, but you could get +6 some of the time. Bus, you have to not necessarily give up your face cards completely, but a little bit. Supernova only applies to one hand. If you run into a boss that messes with your ability to play that hand, then you're boned. Maybe no repeats, boss. Green Joker, not being able to use your discard sucks. Not being able to get your value generators, dig for your value generators, that sucks. I think it's for sure this is the order. Which makes sense because Bus is $6, Supernova is $5, and then Green Joker is $4, right? Does red card need to be $6? Does red card actually go below Bus? Does Bus need to be $5 instead? I think Bus could be $5. I think red card could be $6. I think Bus could be $5, but it's close. Onu wants Green Joker to be in the green tier. I mean, it's definitely the worst of the plus mult scalers, but it's better than Fortune Teller, for sure. Even a theoretical reworked Fortune Teller, I think Green Joker is better than that. So, scaling plus mult is the best. It's better than the Chips Jokers. Less exciting than the banana. Maybe something like that. Red card, give it the honors. as powerful as it is, the red card, as consistent as it is to, get gold stake wins with the red card, or even if you're just playing on white stake, use the one red card for your speed runs, or use the red card by itself, rely everything on the red card or whatever. It's so bland. Hear me out. The red card is so bland. It does genuinely feel bad when you open a booster pack and it's like, on one hand, I get the opportunity to choose between 3 molt or something else. That's like, I get this extra utility, I get this extra opportunity, but it feels bad to have to choose. It feels bad to have to make those tough decisions. Plus 3 molt versus something else. Plus 3 molt versus Emperor. No matter what you do, you leave feeling like you made the wrong choice. Chris Boyd, thank you for the $25 for the Trevor Project. Forpium or Forfium, thank you for the $1. Wait, there's 2 of these. There's $35 as well. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for all your generous support for the Trevor Project. Sorry, did I miss any objections to either the placement of the fortune teller or the red card? Sorry if I missed it, just repeat it. Orpheum did it for the funny number. I see. Red card is the master making you feel dumb. That's it. No matter what you do, I feel like I did the wrong thing. I feel like, oh, I could have done something else. And then I feel dumb. And then I feel bad. I don't feel bad when I'm going to win. I guess. Can we go back up into the corner? We can. I just need to... Let's see here. Wait a second. Oh, it doesn't let me do that? What is it? Oh, I gotta do this? And then it will let me do that? Okay. There we go. Oh. Why are there... Because you were supposed to... Anyway, we're up here now. Alright. Bus is up here. Supernova's up here. Green Joker. You could go down here. Green Joker grows. But that's it. It's scaling plus mult. It's the least exciting then. Hate how Square Joker looks. No, Square Joker's got the best looks. Square Joker's got the look. It's got the little legs and it's got the little arms. Square Joker over Banana. It's just a little guy. Ooh, does Square Joker go even higher than that? Because, I mean, the runner is pretty strong too. I would take red card over runner. I'd take runner over bus. Score depends on timing. Yeah. Red card is kind of timing independent. If you get an anti-4, it's still good enough. Yeah. I like square over runner because you can just jam garbage. Any 4 cards. But the runner does grow faster. The thing that people misunderstand about the runner is that if you're playing straights, like if your plan is to level up your straights and play like a level 15 straight or whatever, runner does not belong in that build. Runner is redundant. You have so many chips from your Saturn cards. But if you're playing pairs, or if you're playing high card, if you're playing a hand that doesn't have a lot of chips, then you can play 1 straight per round. That's 15 chips per round. You play 1 straight, and then you play 3 pairs. 1 straight, 3 pairs. You play the straight as a mini game to get the scaling, and then as your scoring hand, you play your pairs for your supernova, or you play your pairs with the bus, or whatever it is. Square Joker's like that. It's just a little bit easier to use. 4 cards. Something we didn't talk about Half Joker earlier is if you're only playing 3 cards, you're only drawing 3 cards. So it's kind of like Green Joker has the same drawback of you're touching less cards each round. So you don't get to draw the cards that you want to draw. I think that's it for the scaling Jokers. Or at least the common ones. Alright. How about the value generators? So we've got Supernova, we've got Faceless Joker. Mail-in rebates are just too strong. Mail-in rebate just gives you too much money. Probably the number should be smaller instead of... Actually, here's what I want. Here's what I want. I think mail-in rebate should be smaller, yes. I think the other value generators should be bigger also. So, mail-in rebate is maybe... Since it gives you money, it's probably up here. Probably up with red card. Probably better than square. Yeah. We could give it the spot over the red card. Rebate's powerful, yeah. But we can fix that. We can change that. So, for folks who weren't here earlier, okay, we're going to evaluate all of these things in a lot of different contexts. So, we could be talking about a white stake, high scoring situation. We could be talking about a gold stake, 8 ante situation. We could be talking about early game, late game, mid game. We could be talking about different jokers of different rarities. Like each rarity is supposed to do a thing. Common jokers do a thing. Rare jokers do a different thing. And so, those different contexts also potentially like there could be balance improvements to some of these. Maybe the numbers are supposed to be a little bit bigger in some places. Maybe the numbers are supposed to be a little bit smaller in some places. And so thinking of that is if there is a joker that just stands out as doing way too much, we can fix that. We can change the number. We can make rebate weaker, right? So in a possible universe where we make rebate weaker, if we change it to only $3 per card instead of $4, wait, it's $5 per card, right? Why is it $5 per card? Should be $4 per card. So if we change it to $4 per card, then it's fine. I think flavor wise, it's cool. Rebate has a good flavor of you discard a certain thing and then you get the money for it. Like that's cool flavor. I think the possible deck building where you make your deck into all the same rank, all the same card, like that's kind of fun and exciting. It is fun. It is potentially challenging. It doesn't necessarily fit into every build very easily. Like if your thing is you want to play straights or flushes, then it's hard to dig through your deck and be able to see all of the cards for the rebate. Definitely it's very powerful in kind of the deep end game. The same way that like Baron becomes very powerful, the Idol becomes very powerful in the same context. Mail-in rebate becomes way more powerful when your deck is all the same rank and not just mostly the same rank, but 100% the same. When you can copy it with Blueprint and Brainstorm, being able to copy it is exciting. Not just powerful, but just exciting, fun. So I think it's up here. I wouldn't put it one step higher than that, though. I don't think it's as exciting for me as Riff Raff. I don't think it's as exciting for me as the cat, for example. But yeah, if you see this Joker, you should probably take it. Something like business card. Well, we get the okay. Faceless Joker is kind of like rebate, except you have to discard 3 face cards at a time. That's so awkward, and the payout is not good. So proposition rebate goes to $4, and then Faceless Joker goes to $6. 3 face cards, $2 each, $6, and then Faceless Joker can go. It generates money, so maybe it's here. Is it better than generic Molt? Is it better than generic chips? I think probably not. Maybe like there. Definitely the value generating jokers are going to be up here. Maybe I would take Faceless over a lot of things. Business card is retriggerable, which is interesting. Also, you have the Chad as a common joker to retrigger your business card. It's not just that it's retriggerable in theory, it's retriggerable in practice because there's the Chad exists. Yo boy Link, thank you for the $15 for the Trevor Project. Faceless Joker should go up to $9. I mean, we can start with 6, and then maybe if it needs to go higher, it can go higher. Maybe 9 seems a lot to me. You can also adjust the cost of this. So like rebate, you can make rebate be a $6 Joker, just like Golden Joker is a $6 Joker. You can make Faceless Joker a $4. It is $4 right now, I think. Business card is for sure more exciting than Faceless Joker. I think on average, depending on your build, gives you less money. I guess it depends on what stake you're on. It depends on whether or not you have access to those retriggering effects. Golden Joker is boring, but it gives me $4, so it's at least as good as probably, yeah, better than just 50 chips, better than 60 chips, for sure. Too locked in today. Sorry, what did I miss? Don't think Green Joker should be that high. Can't use discards, give you like +4 max per round. I mean, okay. Link wants Square Joker moved. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Sorry, there's comment about Green Joker can only give you +4 mult per round. I mean, Bust can only give you +4 mult per round. Supernova can only give you +4 mult per round. Jolly Joker is not growing at all. Steven is not growing at all. The Sinful Jokers are not growing at all. So it's better than all of these that don't grow at all, right? Square Joker. Square Joker has, I don't want to say that it saved a lot of runs, but it has carried a lot of runs. It has defined a lot of runs. For sure. Definitely in a gold stake situation, if you're doing Square Joker, you don't even need blue seals anymore, right? You get all your chips from the square. Supernova is less than 4 on average. Slightly less than 4 on average. But most of the time you do get the full 4. You play the 4 high card, you play the 4 pairs. Zano's not a fan of the square. Zano, what do we not like about the square? What has it failed to do for you? Think Scary Face is underrated? Underrated by who? Who is underrating it? Like, is it, lower than it should be here? Play 2 cards, get 60 chips. It's not as strong as Todd. Todd cares about odd cards. There's more odd cards than face cards. Zano doesn't like that it's not 8-ball. Well, Zano had a vote, and if he wants another vote, he can buy another vote. Where's Northern Lion? Northern Lion is way more fun than the rebate. On average, you only get like 1 temperance every 10 rounds or something like that. You only get an average of like 3 temperances in one whole gold stake run or whatever, but that's enough. I only need 1. And then I can eventually get 3. That's good enough. What I want is I want more jokers that care about sell value. We got the dagger, we got the swashbuckler. Give me more jokers that care about Northern Lion. Square protects you against the flint. That's the one that says base, chips, and multi-halved. Absolutely. Square Joker also protects you against the eye. No repeat hand types. If you have generic chips, scaling chips, all your hands score the same. Stuntman kind of does that, but you can only play pairs or high card with Stuntman, whereas Square Joker, you still have your full hand size. I don't think Northern Lion goes all the way up here, though. It is fun. It is powerful. It is inconsistent, and we gotta accept that. We gotta admit that. Zeno said his piece. Where is it? It's way back here. I think the chip scaling is unneeded in general when you have access to blue seals and planet cards and stuff like that. So, I mean, the issue with that is if you have access to imagine in your head, you got two different runs. One run has access to a blue seal, one run doesn't. Those are way different runs. The blue seal is not like a gold seal where you just have like access to a little bit more money, even like 50% more money with a gold seal. No, we're talking about if you have a blue seal, you have access to 6 times as many planet cards as you normally would otherwise, from just like shopping and celestial packs and stuff like that. And if you have 6 times as many planet cards as you would, then of course, hey, what is the point of having the planet cards? Usually, you have the scaling plus multi jokers, and you have your planet cards give you the chips. That's what the planet cards are doing for you. So if you have access to a blue seal, then of course everything looks bad. Every source of chips looks bad and irrelevant and useless to you. But if you don't have the blue seal, then all of a sudden these things are very important for you to have, the runner and the square joker. Also, the blue seal admittedly is just too strong. The way that we know that it's too strong is because it makes these other game pieces irrelevant. It makes us underappreciate the spaceman and the square joker and the runner and the castle and stuff like that. If we just adjust the blue seal to where it should be, if we nerf the blue seal to where it should be, then now the telescope matters again. Now spaceman matters again. Now square joker and castle matter again. I do see this point about, kind of often with the chips, what you're looking for is kind of a short term burst to bridge the gap. So, like, once I have blue joker, once I have slide joker, I can start playing pairs. And then once I have that start, then I can, start leveling up and then develop to the point where I can sell those later. But Square being able to apply the chips to every hand, no matter what hand you play, you get the chips. Very powerful, very reliable. Banners in early game joker. How would I nerf the blue seal? How would I do it? This is how I would do it. So the problem right now is you get too many planet cards, too fast, too often, too many planet cards. So what I would do is I would make it 50% chance. 1 in 2 chance you get a planet card. That's it. You get half as many. Now it's half as strong. Now it's much more reasonable. If 50% is not enough, then, maybe we iterate, maybe we change it again. 1 in 3 chance. 1 in 4 chance. It used to be a random planet card. It used to be 1 in 9 chance. So somewhere between 1 in 9 chance versus 100% chance, there's some kind of balance point that works. Start at 1 in 2 chance and then change it. J Unlimited, thank you for the $25 for the Trevor Project. Also, Zano, thank you for another 1616 for the Trevor Project. All right. Some people, they argue against nerfing the blue seals. They say, It's the if you take away my blue seals, if you nerf my blue seals, I won't be able to win anymore. With the blue seals, that's my way to victory. And it's like, well, if you can't win without blue seals, then isn't that problematic? Shouldn't we buff other things so that you can win without blue seals? Like it's not just about making the blue seal nerf. It's also about when you win, we don't want it. You want it to feel like you earned that victory, right? We don't want it to be too easy when you win. And then all of these other situations where we lose, maybe there's some buffs that are needed so that you don't lose in those situations. You got to make 8-ball 1 and 2 chance. Tarot cards, people don't appreciate how rare tarot cards are. Okay? Same with the celestial packs. So you get one celestial pack every 2 shops. You get one arcana pack every 2 shops. Okay? In 2 antes, you get 3 arcana packs. In 2 antes, you get 3 celestial packs. That's it, right? And if you're shopping, you can get planet cards in the shop. You can get tarot cards in the shop. You get 1 tarot card every 3.5 rerolls. 1 planet card every 3.5 rerolls. 7 shops, you get 2 tarot cards, 2 planet cards on average, right? And so, for these kind of like tarot generating jokers, to get a guaranteed tarot card every round from something like Cartomancer, that's incredibly powerful. That's incredibly different from a game that doesn't have Cartomancer. And the same thing with Hallucination. Games with Hallucination are way different. Games with 8-ball are way different. The problem with 8-ball is no one wants to commit. They want the tarot cards, but they don't want to make 10 8s. They want the value, but they don't want to do the work. Zeno does. Zeno wants to do it. I could see 8-ball being 1 in 3 chance. You know what 8-ball used to do? 8-ball used to be, if you play any hand containing a pair of 8s, guaranteed you get a tarot card. Any hand containing at least a pair of 8s, you get a guaranteed tarot card. And so the idea is, okay, 1 tarot card per pair of 8s. That was too strong? That was too much? So, like, what does it do now? Now you've got, if you play 2 8s, you have 1 in 4 chance twice. So on average, that's like half a tarot card. I think maybe half a tarot card is a little bit too weak. It does have additional synergy possibilities with like retriggering effects, red seals in chat and stuff like that. I could see it go 1 in 3. But Walkie Talkie and Shoot the Moon and Scholar, playing with 13 different ranks in your starting deck, playing a deck that's like trying to play cards of just 1 rank, that's tough. That's bad. That's weak. Obviously, you can lean into it and you can, get synergies. Cloud9 is the strongest. Cloud9 is the strongest because I don't actually need to draw the 9s. I don't actually need to touch the 9s, right? I just need 9s in the deck. That's the difference. Baron, you need to not just make kings, but you need to draw your kings. What is it? Where is it? Hit the road. Not only do you need to make jacks, but you need to draw the jacks. And you need to discard the jacks. That's an extra step. Cloud9's the best. 8-ball could get a buff. 8-ball goes like, I think 8-ball's in its current state, 1 in 4 chance. It's definitely not as good as Walkie Talkie. Walkie Talkie just gives you points. If we're being completely honest about how useful it is, I think 8-ball goes right in between here. All these jokers that care about 1 rank. Walkie Talkie's better because it cares about 2 ranks. Alright, but let's get the 1 in 3 8-ball. Let's get the 8-ball buff. Josh Triplet, thank you for the 100 bits. Chance-based elements feel really unsatisfying. Nah, lucky cards are great. What do you mean chance-based elements are unsatisfying? Get out of here. free reroll, if we're just talking about like how powerful this is, when you reroll, the reroll cost goes up. So if you do a $5 reroll, the next one's $6, next one's $7, next one's $8. If you get a free one, it doesn't increase the cost. So without this, let's say your rerolls are $5, $6, $7. With this, the first one's 0, second one is 5, third one is 6. So the difference there between 5, 6, 7 versus 0, 5, 6, it's a $7 difference. So the free reroll is always equal to whatever the most expensive reroll would be, right? Which means if you're rerolling more, it's worth more. If you have more money, it's worth more. Baseline is always at least $5. Potentially, you might want to spend that money on something else. Like, would I rather have a free reroll, or would I rather have $5, which I could spend on a reroll, or I could spend on a booster pack, or I could spend on all kinds of different things? I would probably rather have the $5. But the fact that it makes my most expensive reroll free gives me a discount on all rerolls because it doesn't increase the reroll cost. For me, it's up here. Maybe even I think I take the egg more, but if we're being completely honest, I think the reroll's better. I think reroll is maybe even it's not as exciting as the rebate. Also, I don't understand this Chaos the Clown character. Like, why is this the artwork? Why is this the theme? It doesn't really make sense to me, but it is powerful. Free reroll, no fuss, no nonsense. Sure. Josh Triplet, another 100 bits, wants to say something about blue seals. Would it be sufficient to nerf it to only one planet card no matter how many blue seals you have? No, that would not be enough. Pull up my Balatro stats. I've played so much Balatro on so many different profiles and have restarted a bunch of different times. The stats are meaningless at this point. Are there any other delayed gratification? No discards? It's for sure then worse than Green Joker. Green Joker, it's for sure worse than Golden Joker. Golden Joker is boring, but Golden Joker got my back. It's for sure. I would rather have the banner than delayed gratification. Delayed gratification, in theory, you get the money, you can buy something else. You could even buy a banner. I'd rather just have the banner up front. Delayed gratification, worse than 8-Ball, for sure. As a money generator, it's just the worst. It's just the worst. Maybe something like that. Nah, smiley face, Mystic Summit, ooh. Maybe something like that. How do we fix delayed gratification? Okay. We said business card is perfect. Business card is fine. Faceless Joker, all we got to do is make the number bigger. Maybe start at $6. Maybe try $7 after that. $4 per discard. That's steep. I mean, certainly we could try $3 per discard. Okay, so in like a theoretical universe where delayed gratification is $5 per discard, then we're okay with it. Yeah. Okay. So somewhere between $3 and $5, then it's fine. Delayed gratification, don't use it. How do we feel about the theme? How do we feel about the artwork? The artwork's cool. I really like the hourglass. It's fine. $2 per discard, but you're allowed to discard? No. You're not allowed. That's part of the flavor of it. If you're allowed to discard, then the card is ruined. Then it's garbage. The flavor of it is you have to give up something now to get a bigger reward later. That's the marshmallow experiment. That's the delayed gratification experiment. Here's the thing. Okay, bye. Zulu, if you'd rather usually have $5, why isn't the clown next to Golden Joker? What do you mean? No. What I'm saying is like, if it's just a $5 reroll, then I'd rather have the $5 than the reroll. But it's not just a $5 reroll. It's you reroll more times, you get more value out of the free reroll. That's why. That's why it's better. In higher stakes, delayed gratification gets nerfed. No, we're going to fix that. We're going to get rid of the -1 discard. Also, that's a stupid reason to say that we don't like delayed gratification. What about lower stakes? What about stakes where you don't have to deal with the -1 discard? Also, just as a joker that gives you money, that's still good enough on gold stake. On gold stake, we do banner, we do green joker, we do builds that don't use discards anyway. $4 per round is very powerful on gold stake. Superposition, man. I like the idea of it. I like the flavor of it. It's heads or tails. It's top straight or bottom straight. It's aces could go either way. I think that's cool. Jay Blade, thank you for the $10 for the Trevor project. You know what sucks? In my Jay Blade wants bump up the 8-ball. Bump up the 8-ball. You think 8-ball is more fun than Golden Joker? Golden Joker, which just gives you $4 per round, no frills attached. $4. It doesn't give you any. It doesn't give you any death cards. It doesn't give you any hungman. It doesn't give you any hermits. Golden Joker, which never blocks your blue seals from activating. Could do one of those. 8-ball better than Scary Joker? It's not just about like in which situation would I rather have which Joker. It's just different Jokers perform different roles. And of all the possible value generators, where does the 8-ball land? Of all the possible chips Jokers, where does the Scary Face land? Hallucination. Hallucination got my back every time. Hallucination, 1 tarot card every round. 2 tarot cards sometimes. No tarot cards, never. Best artwork, it's up there. I mean, it's comparable with Square. It's comparable with Abstract Joker. It's for sure more exciting and more useful than the free reroll. Because what we said about, the tarot cards, Hallucination gives you something that you don't have access to otherwise. Tarot cards you don't have access to otherwise. I don't think I could put it all the way. It's close though. I'm on the edge. Pretty good uncommon. It is. We have to. Do I? According to who? Credit card. Oh my god. Are we back? I think I'm back. We're back. This is going terrible. Stream couldn't handle the gift card. All right. So it's definitely, as a value generator, it's the worst value generator. I think I'm this unhappy with the credit card. Maybe there. Nah, I just never use it. How do we fix the credit card? What if it was more? Okay, we got disconnected. Now we're back again. Maybe we're back again. This time it's OBS. OBS is having the issue, but we're back again. What if selling the credit card got rid of your debt? Would that be too powerful? That would be too powerful. Also, I feel like that goes a little bit against the flavor of the thing. How do we fix the credit card? Does credit card need to be fixed? It's a $1 joker. I guess here's the thing. Is it a wasted joker slot? Could this joker slot, could this be something else? Like, the thing about the loyalty card is I never use it. I never want to use it. I never think about using it. And I feel kind of the same way about the credit card. Maybe the credit card has slightly more utility, slightly more uses. I think there's something valuable about it being only $1. There's like random joker things that you could do, or synergies you could do with only $1 credit card. It's a cheap purchase for the dagger. It's a cheap purchase for temperance or the swashbuckler or whatever. You buy it for $1, you sell it for $1. Doesn't cost anything in the very beginning. Lack of background music is kind of off-putting. I mean, maybe. Could credit card be a deck where you have debt? That's interesting. I think so. I think it could. Or maybe not necessarily a deck, but like a challenge mode. Because, I mean, the yellow deck kind of starts with money, and that's kind of like a credit card. If you think of having $25 in the bank as like having $25 worth of debt, you dip into it when you can, or when you need to, and then you fill it back up when you can. I think I want it to exist. I think it's funny that it's a card. It's a credit card, and there's like a driver's license card, right? Some of the jokers are it's just a guy. Some of the jokers are it's some kind of portrait or artwork. Gift card, trading card is a card, and so I want a credit card joker card. But if the debt was bigger, would that make it more useful? Maybe. Get interest when you're in debt. Nah, that feels weird. Oh, like the debt keeps getting bigger? What if the debt was maxed at I think if you increase the debt amount, it becomes more interesting. I think it becomes more useful. Like you could think of it as, oh, I can go $50 in debt, but then it becomes an eternal joker. I can't sell it ever. Maybe it shouldn't be good. It doesn't need to be great. What we want to know is like, how do we make it more useful more of the time? It doesn't have to be useful all of the time. Like Zany Joker is not going to be useful all of the time, but Zany Joker is useful some of the time. Credit card is useful some of the time. Is it useful more of the time? What I don't want is I don't want a wasted Joker slot. Like this could just have a different effect. Just like loyalty card could just have a different effect. Maybe make it free. It's already free. You buy it for $1, you sell it for $1. Gain molt per amount of debt. I guess I don't really want jokers that have more than one effect. That's like one of the design principles. No jokers that have more than one effect. So you have the ability to go into debt, that's one effect, and then any kind of scoring, like, you know, molt scaling based on the amount of debt you have. That's too much, doing too much. Also, it's a common joker, so it can't be too complicated. What if it generated econ somehow? It does. by allowing you to go into debt and then buy things like I can use the debt to buy gold cards. I can use the debt to buy standard packs that give me blue seals. I can use the debt to buy Golden Joker and then swap it out. I could use the debt to re-roll a couple times. Another thing you could do is you could add more Jokers which care about debt. The problem with that is the same problem that we already have now with the sell value. Like there's a few things that generate sell value. There's a few things that care about sell value, but there's not enough in my opinion. And so the same thing with debt. We have the one card that generates debt, and you could have a Joker that cares about debt, but it's never going to be relevant. There are rental Jokers at the higher stakes, but then at the lower stakes, you still want it to be usable. Debt allowance increases by 2 per reset. What do you mean by reset? I like the credit card where it is. I don't think it should be that low. I never not have money. That's it. You never need the credit card. There's nothing worth spending $20 on. There's $5 booster pack here. There's $5 Joker over there, but I never need $20 worth of debt. That's the thing. That's the issue. I never need $20. Sometimes I need $5 extra, but I never need an extra $20. I never need that much debt. Pretty much just the first ante. Yeah. At least like Riff Raff, you can keep using it. You can keep spawning Jokers. Reward points for each purchase. Reward points for each purchase. That's kind of interesting. Josh Triplet, thank you for another 100 bits. You want to use you never want to use a credit card because you want to save money for interest? Sure, if you could buy a credit card and it doesn't take away from your money, accumulates on the credit card. This was a lot of words, which I didn't really comprehend, to be honest. Plus $1 sell value for each $5 spent. Okay. So you're saying if I spend money, this gains sell value for money spent. Yeah, I like that. Like mechanically, that's useful. That's synergistic. That's fun. Currently, you know, there are some synergies with maybe Wraith and rentals, but that's like something that you could do even without the credit card. Like debt exists in other ways. You don't need more ways to generate debt. I do like that idea. Now, loyalty card, we want it to be different, right? So credit card is for every $5 spent, it gains sell value. Maybe it gains $1 sell value. Maybe it gains $3 sell value. Maybe it gains something like that. Gains sell value. And then loyalty card, we said every certain number of times you do a thing, you get some kind of value generation. Rather than points, you get some kind of value. Like, you know, maybe every 10 purchases, you get a coupon tag or something like that. Not that exactly, but that's like an idea. All right. To-do list as a value generator, I think is pretty fun. It being inconsistent and changing hands every round, like, is very exciting when you get the high card of the pair or the 2 pair and you get to play 4 of them in a round and you get the $16. But also it's really sad when you get the straight flush or you get the 4 of a kind and you just can't do it. Even full house, sometimes you can't do it. I would say it's actually worse than just Golden Joker. I would say it's worse than just having the generic chips jokers or the generic mult joker. So, to-do list, it used to be it changed every hand and it wouldn't change until you played that hand. So, to-do list used to get stuck. Like you would, okay, I play a pair, then it switches to straights. I play a straight, it switches to four of a kind. It doesn't change until I play four of a kind. And that was kind of stinky. And so when we reworked it, okay, the rework that we did was, okay, now it changes every round. Some rounds you can't use it. Some rounds you get to use it a lot. Some rounds like, hey, I get to do the high card 4 times. That's great. I think it's really, like, the gameplay is really fun where it's like, I know I'm supposed to play my, let's say I'm supposed to play my 2 pair, that's my winning hand, or I'm supposed to play a flush as my winning hand. How many high card can I play without, losing? Or, how many pairs can I play without losing? Or how many pairs can I play without winning, without scoring too much? I think that's like very engaging, very interesting gameplay. So I like the to-do list for those reasons. I think thematically it's great. It gives you a thing to do and it changes and you have more things to do. I think to-do list, it just needs to be a big number. So what is it currently? I think it's like $4 right now. Maybe go $5 to-do list. Then it's cool. I think that's it for me. Golden Ticket is incredible. It's at least as good as Business Card. So the effects that are going to be the most powerful are the same as the effects that are going to be the most fun. And the most fun effects are going to be the retriggerable effects. I think if you're in a gold stake situation, you don't really have that many gold cards to where Golden Ticket usually just isn't worth it. It's usually just like worse than mail and rebate. But on lower stakes, it's crazy. On lower stakes, I don't have to worry about points, and if I don't have to worry about points, then I can go all in on money generation, right? I can go all in on Golden Ticket and the Chad. I can go all in on Golden Ticket plus Dusk or Sock and Buskin and stuff like that. I can get gold cards more easily on the lower stakes. I like to say that the best Sock and Buskin synergy is Midas Mask. These two together. Because if I have Midas Mask, I get Golden Ticket for free. Because Golden Ticket is a common joker. So if I have Midas Mask, you get Golden Ticket for free. And it's a good synergy with Sock and Buskin. Honestly, don't use Golden Ticket that much. Yeah. It depends on, in what context you're playing. I think it's Business Card, you can do from the beginning. You start with a bunch of face cards, and you can make more face cards, or you can choose not to make more face cards, and it's still plenty with the face cards that you start with. Golden Ticket does not show up until you have at least one gold card. And that gold card is $3 held in hand, $4 if you play it. So it's not really worth it to do Golden Ticket until you have a lot of gold cards. And even if you have a lot of gold cards, it's sometimes better to just hold them rather than play them. The only difference is when you have those re-triggering effects. So Chad, which is common, admittedly. Sock and Buskin Hack also is a re-triggering effect. Not Mime. Chad is the best. I think for me, Golden Ticket is like here. It's better than the 8-ball, or it's more exciting than the 8-ball. 8-ball can give you whatever, but like there's something like so satisfying about just getting a big number of money. With the Chad, you get $12. One card, $12. Are there any more common jokers? Man, my throat is getting destroyed by this. Okay. Juggler and Drunkard. Okay. Splash. Splash is the most $3-ist joker. We have parking. Okay. What else? So, Hitchhiker? Wait. Hiker's uncommon. Why are the drunkard and juggler called that? Because the artwork. So like the juggler, he's literally juggling. The drunkard is, I guess, also kind of juggling, but it's like supposed to be an alcohol bottle or something like that. Oh, superposition. We were talking about superposition. We didn't actually place it, right? Superposition is not as easy as 8-ball. 8-ball, you just make a bunch of 8s. Superposition, I actually have to draw the straights. I think superposition goes down here with Golden Joker. I think Golden Joker just being a guarantee $4 per round is much easier. The thing I want from the superposition, I guess superposition, if I compare it to to-do list, at least I know it's going to be straights every time. But it's really only like once per round. You get a tarot card, and then that's it. So it's probably... It's not hard to play straight. It's just so hard to play a specific straight. That's tough. Superpositions down here. It's fun though. You can't re-trigger superposition. You can copy it with blueprint, but you can't re-trigger it like you can 8-ball. How do we fix superposition? The problem with superposition is how hard it is to play a specific straight, ace high straight, or ace through 5 straight. We don't need to fix it. It's already great. Idea. Okay. What if superposition was, it gives you a tarot card? 2 tarot cards is too much. I want to say tarot card and planet card. Could give you a fool. That's kind of interesting. Find the way it is. Yeah, maybe. It's a common joker, so we gotta evaluate it that way. Okay. If you compare superposition to something like hallucination, can I get 1 tarot card per round? If I compare superposition to something like Cartomancer, can I get 1 tarot card per round? The answer is probably. Fix blue stake. Give us our discard back. Yeah. I think that's it. I think superposition is fine. It's not very exciting, but it's fine. It does the thing that it needs to do. 50% chance on any straight? Nah, it's gotta be aces. Like, that's the flavor of it. Aces high or low. That's what it means, superposition. It could be a tarot card plus $1. Could be a tarot card plus $2 or something like that. But I feel like that's a worse design. Superposition $3 Joker? No, that doesn't work either. Reserve parking. Reserve parking used to be guaranteed $1 per face card in hand. And remember, with reserve parking, you get the money when you play any hand. Every hand. You play a hand, you get the money. You play another hand, you get the money again. You play a hand, you get the money again. So it used to be guaranteed $1 per face card. I think that was too powerful. And then it was changed to 1 in 2 chance, and I think that's better. I think design-wise, that's better. It can be retriggered, has synergy, has red seal synergy. Okay, sure. I think reserve parking should be $4. Maybe reserve parking should be $5. Maybe $4. Something like that. Isn't reserve parking bugged right now with the Mime? I would say that Mime behaves in a way which is different from what you would expect. But reserve parking itself is kind of fine. Parking in the city is so expensive. Yeah, $6 for reserve parking? Too expensive. So parking's here for me. Is it here with Jolly Joker? Nah, it's here. Even as a money generator, it's down here. Parking is like Walmart business card. Yeah. It's weird, this question of like, is it easier to hold cards in hand or is it easier to play cards? It's weird. All right. Juggler +1 hand size is very powerful and for a lot of people underrated. It's way more powerful than you think. Voucher is pretty strong. +1 hand size for $10. The question is, do I want to give up a Joker slot to get +1 hand size? I don't know. As far as a value generator go, it's for sure stronger than Golden Joker. Because you can get those held in hand cards, gold cards, blue seals. Even not just the cards that you hold in hand, but also when I play a hand, I can hold on to purple seals. When I play a hand, I can hold on to other cards that I want to discard later from my mail-in rebate. I can hold on to a whole 5-card hand and then still discard extra cards. So I think I put Juggler here. For me, Juggler's here. What's cool about the Juggler is it allows me to play higher ranking hands. It allows me to play more interesting hands. Even if my plan is to play garbage hands like pairs, I can do more stuff, holding more cards in hand. Drunkard is similar, but maybe Drunkard is the less exciting one. Maybe Drunkard is down here. So Faceless Joker makes your discards more valuable. Drunkard just gives you more discards. Maybe I'm underrating the Drunkard. I think Drunkard's fine. I think for $4 is fine. The voucher costs $10. Drunkard has a lot of synergies. Drunkard does have a lot of synergies. Juggler has a lot of synergies that are not overt. I think, obviously, with rebate, if you have more discards, you're going to get more money from the rebate. But Juggler also has synergy with rebate. Because what I can do is I can play a 5-card hand and I can hold on to the cards that I want to discard. And then use, if I only have one discard, I can do the rebate. Juggler makes your discards better. Drunkard just gives you more discards. Drunkard is one of my favorites. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. Photograph is powerful. Photograph is exciting. Chad is the most exciting. And maybe too powerful. Chad's just the best. Chad's a bit of a diva, but it's just the best. Chad is more exciting than Riff Raff. More exciting than the cat. Chad is overpowered right now. A more balanced version would be the multiplayer version where it retriggers the first 2 cards. I agree, that would be more balanced. I guess, should Chad be just 1 trigger? Chad used to be just 1 trigger, and it sucked. And so we made it 2 triggers instead. Maybe we went too far. The thing that makes Chad powerful is you only need 1 interesting card. And it could be 1 interesting card per hand. Like if I'm doing photograph plus Chad, I only need 1 face card per hand. It could also be you only need 1 interesting card in your whole deck. You only need 1 gold seal in your whole deck. And then the Chad can retrigger that 1 gold seal. Which is pretty sweet. That's pretty exciting. 1 glass is powerful with the Chad, yeah. Business card, yeah. If you have 8 ball, I don't need to draw 4 8s. I could just play 1 8 and then do it again. Chad is good. Okay. So here's different changes that we could make to the Chad. Not saying that we have to, but here's different things that we could do. So we could do Chad only retriggers once instead of twice. That sucked. We actually tried that. It was that, and then we changed it to this. Now Chad triggers 2 times. Another change we could do Chad is triggering the first and second card. I think that's the most balanced version. Definitely it's weaker. So if it's retriggering the first and second card, now I need 2 interesting cards. The first card happens, an extra time, and if I want to do an extra interesting thing, I need an extra interesting card. But I don't know if that's better design-wise necessarily. Like the Chad, does everyone know the reference, the hanging Chad? Like this used to be, it's an election thing in the U.S. where like you had the punch card voting, and then some people they didn't punch it all the way through, and it was like kind of hanging out. Like, okay, well, does that mean that it's Florida election 2000? Does that mean it's a vote for this person, or does that mean that vote doesn't count because they didn't punch it all the way through, or whatever? Wait, 2008? Maybe? I don't know. I don't remember what year. Misty! Thank you for the $3, by the way, for the Trevor project. Swap Chad rarity with the... Okay. Question. So let's say we don't change the effect. Let's say we just leave... Misty has a great idea. Okay, Misty. Sorry, Misty, if you don't mind repeating. Chat's moving kind of fast today. Okay. Because we could keep it at 2, and then there's other changes we could do. We could make it into a $6 Joker, $6 common. We could... Splash gets its own $3 tier. Okay. Chad doesn't work with every build? That's false. Chad works with every build. Oh, you're just playing high card? Chad is plus 20 chips. That's huge. That's massive. Okay, another option number 2. You could switch Chad to an uncommon Joker. Is it powerful enough to be uncommon? Are you going to be sad that you don't see it anymore? Because like if it's common, you're going to see it all the time. If it's uncommon, you're never going to see it again. We need some common retriggering Joker. Zano, thank you. There needs to be some retriggering Joker at common. And I think the Chad is the candidate. I think it's important to address the fact that not every Joker of every rarity needs to be exactly equal. And we know this because different Jokers have like different price points or whatever. There's cheaper commons, there's more expensive commons, there's $6 premium commons. Same thing with the rare Jokers. And even among the rare Jokers, even among all the rare Jokers that have the same price, the $10 price, the premium price, Blueprint is just better than the rest, right? Brainstorm is just better than the rest. So it is the rare of the rares. And it's kind of the same thing with the commons. So of all the 50 commons, The Chad is secretly the rare common. It is the best of the commons, but maybe not strong enough to be an uncommon. And I think that's fine. I think it's fine to have premium commons and premium rares. Let's add a row below. Let's go make it blue. Wait, did I mess that up? How do I go back? So there's this, and then there's this, and then there's this, and then there's this is the... These are the $3 jokers. Oh yeah. I think Splash is the most $3-est Joker. I think, you know, Jimbo is almost there, but Jimbo's a little bit too weak to be a $3 Joker, so Jimbo's a $2 Joker. What's so special about $3? Well, it's cheaper than $4, right? I'm not going to spend $4 for Splash. That's ridiculous. It doesn't do enough for me to spend $4 on it, but it does just enough for me to spend $3 on it. If I want to play pairs, Splash, I can add in a bunch of garbage cards. Splash, I can add in plus 30 chips to my pairs. Also, I can splash in face cards for the photograph. I can splash in lucky cards. I can splash in gold seals and combo with the Chad. What's cool about Splash is it has every synergy. It has so much synergies. The only thing that's bad about the Splash is you can splash in it. Yeah. You can splash in a glass 4 in your pair of face cards. Right? You can splash in a holographic 3. The problem with Splash is a lot of the time we just play 5 cards anyway. And then you don't really get that. Splash really only does anything if you're playing high card or pairs. If you're playing less than 5 cards, basically. Also, Splash requires you to have those interesting cards in order to splash them in. Also, Splash takes up a Joker slot. And I can justify Splash as a Joker slot giving me 30 chips, but I don't know if I can justify that in Ante 5 if I'm going to keep Splash forever. You need a thing in order to splash. Yes. Obviously, with Chad, you need a thing in order to splash. The difference between Chad and Splash is Chad only needs the one thing, and then it re-triggers the one thing. The thing about Splash is you need not just one thing that you want to splash in, you got to splash in a bunch of stuff. Otherwise, it's just wasted real estate. It's a big commitment to give up a Joker slot in order to splash. But if I have less than 4 Jokers, I take Splash every time. Splash can work with Flower Pot. That's true. Photograph is fine. In a world in which the Chad doesn't exist, Photograph is just fine. It's just down here. Given that the Chad does exist, Photograph is just kind of up here. Most of the time, I'd rather just have Green Joker, even though Green Joker sucks. I always take Chad because Chad works in every build. I take Photograph only if I have Chad. Or if I'm playing on White Stake. And if I'm playing on White Stake, I only take Photograph because I know I can find Chad eventually later. Never do Photo Chad because it's uninteresting. That's not an issue. The fact that there's a powerful synergy and the fact that, you know, it kind of... An issue with the Photo Chad combination is if your hands are higher level, if you have higher base mult, then of course it's going to do more ridiculous stuff. If you nerf the blue seals, then the Photograph is much weaker. So once we fix the blue seal, then you'll feel better about the Photograph and the Chad. It'll just become, you know, a fun thing that you do once in a while instead of like taking over the game. Also has synergy with Splash. Okay, that's it for the comments. I sorry, I apologize about the stream going down and about the thing breaking. I do probably got to get some water. So let's take a break. We've been going at it 3 hours. Sound exhausted for now. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. All right, we back. I did a lap. I got a drink. We back. Hear me out. So, if you have something like Shoot the Moon, if you have something like Scholar, it's like, okay, Scholar rewards you for playing aces. Shoot the Moon rewards you for playing queens or whatever it is. But it's difficult to get a lot of queens in your deck at all. And then once you have the queens in your deck, it's difficult to draw those queens. And so 8 Ball doesn't give you points. Right, it doesn't give you points like Scholar doesn't give you points like Shoot the Moon does, but it gives you tarot cards, and with those tarot cards, you can make more 8s. That's the thing. Because what can you possibly get? You can get Strength, that'll turn your 7s into 8s. You could get Death, that'll directly copy your 8s. You can get the Hung Man, you can get the Emperor. Those kind of do the thing. I mean, you could get the money tarot cards, you could get the enhancement tarot cards, but it's mostly those things, right? It's mostly with 22 different tarot cards, you're not going to necessarily get a lot of the good ones, but you're going to get enough of the good ones. So if you think of the 8 Ball kind of like a scaling joker, right? So like if you take a bus in ante 6 or ante 4, you're going to be pretty sad, right? It's ante 4, bus is at 0. If I want to do the bus, I got to start from nothing. And 8 ball is kind of the same way, right? Where if I find it later on in the run, if I haven't already built into aces, then there's no reason for me to take the 8 ball. There's no reason for me to start from 0. But if I get 8 ball in ante 1 or 2, then I can build around it. And then it will generate the tarot cards, which allow you to get more 8s. Not just get more 8s, but also draw your 8s more consistently with the Hung Man, removing cards from your deck. And so it is self-enabling. If you start with Shoot the Moon, you end up with maybe 10 queens in your deck in ante 8. If you start with 8 ball, you end up with 20 8s in your deck. It's kind of unique and powerful. It does mean, though, potentially you have to worry about getting some other joker that's going to score for you and help you survive. But like as a value generator, as this, like I said, self-enabling value generator, maybe it's not the worst. I think one way that people kind of misplay the 8 ball is they just play all their 8s in one hand. They play the 5-of-a-kind 8s one time and that's it, the whole round's over. Or they play the 4-of-a-kind 8s one time and that's it. You can play 3 pairs of 8s and then still have enough 8s left over to play 4-of-a-kind. Right? One potential issue with the 8 ball is you have too many 8s and then you don't have enough consumable slots for that many tarot cards. But if you're only playing pairs of 8s and you're only getting 1 tarot card per hand, then the 8 ball is basically like Vagabond, except Vagabond's are rare and then 8 ball only costs you $5. Maybe 8 ball could be $4. What really synergizes with 8s doesn't matter. There are so many jokers that don't care about what cards you play. Like, we'll go down the list, right? Does this care about face cards? Does this care about odd cards? Does this care about even cards? Does this care about 8s? Does this... This is the only one. This is the first one, okay? This cares about odd cards, then it's... generic, 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 generic. Okay, there's one that cares about face cards. Generic, 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 generic. Alright, I messed this up. Popcorn goes down here. Spades was up here. Buff the 8 ball until it's worth $8. That is a hot take. Talk to Heather. Thank you for the 6 months. Oh, your son is 8 years old. Congratulations. Writing a biography about me in school? Writing a biography at 8 years old? That sounds kind of advanced. Wow. What kind of fun fact should I include about myself in this biography written by your 8-year-old? Fun fact? I could think of a couple jokes, but I don't think they would be appropriate for an 8-year-old. One time the doc lost his glasses in the ocean and it started a catastrophic snowball, and we've been spiraling ever since then. Fun fact about the doc is deathly allergic to cats. Go to the doctor and it's like, hey doctor, can you help me with this cat allergy? And he's like, all right, have you tried not having cats? No, I haven't tried that. How many cats do I have? I have 4 cats now. That's too many cats. Yeah. That's 4 total cats. That's a lot of cats. Makes my wife happy though. Alright. Talk to me about the uncommons. Where do we want to start first? You know what we could do? We could talk about... We could start with the scaling plus molt. No, let's talk about Fibonacci. You know Fibonacci is $8. You know why Fibonacci is $8? Because it's so powerful. I forgot. What did Fibonacci used to do? It used to be $7 or $8 or something like that. I forgot. Did we changed it? I don't remember what Fibonacci used to be. It was $7. Yeah, okay. No, $8 is correct. Fibonacci is so powerful. I think, yeah, what's cool about Fibonacci and Onyx Agate, these uncommons, they are retriggerable, sure, okay, but even without the retrigger, it's like I could just pick it up and get 40 molt out of nowhere. You can't do Bust can get up to 40 molt, but it takes a while. Same with red card, right? Like you could get up to 30 molt. It just takes a while to get there. Fibonacci, you just pick it up and you start slamming. You start playing the two pair. You play the aces and the twos. Fibonacci has like a lot of cool. Hack is just 2, 3, 4, 5. Fibonacci has a wider spread, so it's got like 8s and 5s and aces. Fibonacci is $8 because it's too strong to be $5. Yep, can't be $5, so it's got to be $8. And I think that's cool. I think that's fine. I think, well, let's talk about the scaling ones. So there's the dagger, there's the pants, there's the erosion. Technically scales in the sense that it keeps getting smaller as the run goes on. As you keep adding more gold cards to your deck and blue seals to your deck, it keeps getting smaller, that the erosion. Boots technically goes up. Is that it? Oh, there's the flash card. I think that's it. Okay. Stone Joker? Yeah, that's chips though. That's chips. So, how do we feel about Stone Joker? Stone Joker's chips. The problem with Stone Joker is it's just so hard to get stone cards, period. Like, I would love having more stone cards. I would love doing more stuff with stone cards. How do I get stone cards? Well, you gotta turn them into stones with the tarot card. What is it? The Tower. It is just as hard to make stone cards as it is to make glass cards, as it is to make steel cards. It's just 1-to-1 with the tarot cards. What if, hear me out, what if the Tower made 2 stones? Would that be too much? Would that be over the top? I think that's too much. Maybe. I'd have to think about it. Feels like too much. Yeah. Bonus cards are 30 chips. And then stone cards are 50 chips. You could make stone cards stronger, but that doesn't fix the problem of Stone Joker being weak. That doesn't fix the problem of accessibility. How do I get the stone cards? If you make stone cards stronger, then you make Marble Joker too strong, which is also problematic. It's like all of these things are interconnected in a complicated way. 2 stones would be too strong. I mean, you could make stone cards weaker. You could make them 40 chips each. No, that doesn't make sense. What if Stone Joker, what if the number was bigger? What if Stone Joker was 30 per stone card? What if it was 40 per stone card? Would that fix it? Would we feel better about it? Because if the answer is that you just change the number, then it's fine. Even at 50, it's not great. Yeah, what if we went up to 100? 100 is too much. 75, too much. If you have many stone cards, which already give you chips, then you don't need the Stone Joker. I think you raise up a good point. It's retroactive, so you take it when it works for you. True. But I guess, with it being uncommon, I don't know, I wish it was takeable more often. I do see the point about it being retroactive. I see Tech's point about when, even if you have stone cards, you don't want Stone Joker. That feels bad. I have stone cards. Because I have stone cards, it makes me not want Stone Joker. I already have chips. Why do I need more chips? This is different from Steel Joker. So Steel Joker is X-Molt. And you're never redundant on X-Molt, right? If you have, okay, the steel cards activate in hand, and then after that, in addition to that, I get extra X-Molt from my Steel Joker. I think it's cool that Steel Joker, steel cards are X-Molt, Steel Joker is X-Molt. Stone Joker, stone cards are chips, Stone Joker are also chips. I think that can work. Same with Glass Joker. Glass cards X-Molt, Glass Joker X-Molt. That's fine, that's okay. I guess Lucky Cat is a little bit weird in that it's scaling X-Molt. What if Stone Joker was also scaling X-Molt? Would I like that? I don't love that. What if Stone Joker was scaling plus Molt? Scaling X chips? X chips? Get out of here, Tech. Get out of here. Scaling plus Molt would be OP because you would always want it. Well, I guess that's the thing, right? Is like, if I have Steel Joker, I don't always want, if I have steel cards in my deck and Steel Joker shows up in the shop, I don't always want Steel Joker because I don't always have enough steel cards. Like, I may have some steel cards, but I don't have enough. Maybe I don't always take Steel Joker. Same with the Lucky Cat. If I have Lucky cards in my deck, Lucky Cat shows up. Do I want the Lucky Cat? Maybe. It depends on if I have a lot of Lucky cards or not. Same with Stone Joker, okay? Stone Joker shows up. Maybe I take it, maybe I not. It depends on how many stone cards I have. So I like that Stone Joker is this scaling. If I have more stone cards, then I want Stone Joker more. If I have fewer stone cards, then I don't take Stone Joker. I think that makes sense. If Stone Joker is scaling plus Molt, do I always want it? I think maybe the answer is no. I like scaling plus Molt. Plus Molt per stone card in your deck. I like it. Here, if Lucky Cat is allowed to be X Molt, I think Stone Joker is allowed to be plus Molt. That's what I'm saying. The thing that makes Golden Ticket a common and not an uncommon is Golden Ticket, you have to draw the gold cards in order to use them. I guess that's true about Lucky Cat and Glass Joker. Golden Ticket's a money generator. I think it should scale based on every time you score a stone card. So, so it's literally just Cat then, you're saying? Every time you score a stone card, then it gets bigger? I like that I like that it's different, because like, Glass Joker, you have to score your glass cards, kinda. You can break them other ways. Lucky Cat, you have to score your lucky cards. Golden Ticket, you have to score your gold cards. I like that it's different. Steel Joker counts the steel cards in the deck. Stone Joker counts the stone cards in the deck. Hello, Edsy. Hello, Raiders. Edsy, I got a question. How often do you take Stone Joker? How long do you take Stone Joker, period? We need more scaling chips jokers. I mean, we can change something else. But yeah, it's nice to have scaling chips jokers. It's like that on purpose, by the way. It's like there's fewer chips jokers on purpose. Almost never, other than maybe you're playing Plasma Deck. Maybe you're playing a pair build, which is even rare, and you don't already have a chips joker. Yeah, usually the chips jokers, you pick them up early, and then they keep you alive. And then, you swap them out later. But, like, Stone Joker is not something that you can take early. And then by the time it's good, later on, it's already too late for chips jokers. Would it work as a common? It could work as a common. I guess that's possible. Plus mult per stone card in the deck doesn't necessarily make it more viable. I think it does make it more viable. Like, if the question is whether or not it would be powerful enough, you could just change the plus mult number. You can make it like 25 mult per stone card. Now it's great. You can make it plus 10 per stone card. Now it's good enough, probably. The difference between it being scaling chips versus scaling mult is if it's scaling chips, you already have chips from the stone cards. But if it's scaling mult, now it has synergy with the stone cards. I don't know if it's wrong to do that, but it would definitely be more useful as mult than it would as chips. Rare chance that I see the tower. That's the thing. Yeah. It's difficult to get the stone cards. Rare that we see the tower. Rare that you pick the tower over something else. And then also Stone Joker itself is uncommon. $1 per stone card? Just give me money per stone card? I could see something like that. Somewhat between a common and an uncommon. Yeah. Plus 10 mult feels too much. Okay, I mean, if plus 10 is too much, you make it 5, or you make it 8, or you make it 7. Like, there exists a number. If 25 is too big and 5 mult per stone card is too small, there's some number in between. Yeah, but there exists a number where it works. Speaking of scaling, is Steel Joker too small? Steel Joker's 0.2 per steel card, 1.2, or sorry, 0.2 per steel card. I think Steel Joker could be 0.25, but otherwise it's fine. I like the Steel Joker effect. Fine. I would like it to be a little bit bigger. Wasn't it 0.25 before? It was 0.25 before. I think we should go back to 0.25. What about Glass Joker? Should Glass Joker be higher? Should Glass Joker be times 1? 1.0? Should Canio be higher? Should Canio be 1.5 per face card? Glass Joker already kind of strong? It is kind of strong. Yeah, I think Glass Joker's fine. It's already X-Mult? Yeah, it's fine. The issue I have with Canio is glass cards, I can destroy them by playing them. I have trouble destroying face cards. Obviously, you can turn them into glass cards and then you can break them that way. But like, there's just not that many ways of destroying cards. Strong but situational, I hate that. Strong but situational, I hate that. I would rather it be medium. Nemo, hello Raiders, welcome. Raiders, we're doing all Joker's tier list. It took us 3.5 hours to get through all the commons. Now we're talking about the uncommons. Alright, scaling plus mult. Dagger's a good time. It is both powerful and fun. Dagger above red card? Maybe. Dagger above egg and rebate? Maybe. I could see it. I don't feel like it breaks up in I don't feel like it makes it to the top tier though. I'll put the dagger at the top here. Love the dagger. Dagger's fun until you die because you forgot to move it. That's part of the fun. Above rebate? So it's not strictly about power level, because if for folks just tuning in, if we have a Joker that's too powerful, you just change the numbers and you make it less powerful. If you got a Joker that's too weak, you just change the number and make it less weak, right? But there are certain Jokers where no matter what numbers you pick, it still feels bad. And like Loyalty Card is one of those. So, you know, if you're saying like rebate is so powerful all of the time, you just change the number. And then I think this is where it fits. Dagger's a good time. The boots is a bad time. The boots is a trap. Scaling plus molt probably goes down here. The thing about the boots too weak, okay, I mean we can change that too. We can make the number bigger. So currently the boots gives you 2 molt per $5. You can make it 3 molt per $5. But if I'm holding my money, then I'm not re-rolling and I'm not finding other different stuff. There are a lot of ways that you can get scaling molt. You could do Dagger or Red Card or Bus or Supernova or what is it? Supernova or Green Joker. The advantage of the Dagger is it grows so much faster than all those other ones. If you find the boot, usually it's like I have $30 in the bank and I have to decide whether I want to go higher than 30 bucks in the bank. I re-roll into it and I decide, am I hoarding now? Starting now. Maybe. It is, if I'm not re-rolling, I'm just doing less stuff. And if I'm doing less stuff, I'm having less fun. If I'm doing the boots, then I'm not, you go into the shop, you open 2 booster packs and you exit the shop. That's it. That's kind of stale. At +3 per $5, you don't even have to hoard for the bootstraps. True. I mean, you could make it, if it's currently 2 per 5, you could make it 5 per 10, right? Or you could make it 12 per 25, or I mean, you pick a number. You can make a number where it works. 1 per 2, one molt per $2, and then bull is 2 chips per $1. I guess if we look at these side by side, so the reason why bootstraps is as weak as it is because Steven is 4 molt and then Todd is 30 chips. And so if we think about, okay, 30 and then 4, that's like 7 times difference. So if the bull gives you times 2, whatever your money is, you get twice as many as chips, then the boot should be like a third. If this is times 2, then this should be divided by 3. That's kind of like how it was balanced. If we upset that, if we change it to like the bull is 2 times and then the boots is 1/2, if the boots is 1 molt per $2, there's a 4 times difference, is like a much bigger difference compared to Todd and Steven. Except I think Todd should be nerfed anyway. Just like Smiley Face and Scary Face are 5 and then 30. So if this is 30, then this should be 5. Or if this is 4, because it's even Steven, it has to be even, then this should be 25 or something like that. Two out of 5 is greater than 1 out of 3. Yay! So, like, Boots is, at face value, already comparable, powerful compared to the Bull. The problem with the Boots is, I have other Jokers that do the same thing. Only the Bull does this. Or technically there's other scaling chips Jokers like Square Joker and Runner, but there's not that many options. That's what makes the bull so powerful, is its uniqueness. And that's what makes the boots so weak. So I think you could justifiably make the boots a little bit stronger. Bull is more useful and easier to scale. Easier to scale? No, they're the same. Boots cares about money, Bull cares about money. How easy it is to scale, they're the same. But to say that having the chips is more useful because nothing else gives you chips, then yes, that's true. The pants are a good time, though. I think the pants are better than these other scaling plus mult jokers. You get 2 per hand, but you don't necessarily get 2 pair 3 times in a round. You get 2 pair. The rate of scaling is the same. So bus, you play high card 4 times. You get +4. Pants, you play 2 pair twice. That's it. You get +4. So it's +4, and then it's +4. That's the same. They grow the same. The difference is, this is only 2 hands. +4 from 2 hands instead of +4 from 4 hands. That's the upgrade. And then every 5 rounds, you get that third 2 pair. Something like that. So maybe up here. It's a fun mini game. We talked about the runner being a mini game where if you play straights, you don't necessarily have to score with straights. You just have to play straights to set up the runner and get the chips, and then you can play some other different hand as your scoring hand. And it's kind of the same with the pants. You could play the 2 pair to grow the pants and then finish with some other different hand. Maybe the difference is I can't play multiple straights in a round, so I never try to, but I can play multiple 2 pair in a round. And if I'm playing multiple 2 pair, I want all of those 2 pairs to score. So this theoretical universe where I'm playing 2 pair and then I'm playing some other different hand never happens. It's always, if I'm playing 2 pair at all, I'm playing 2 pair only, which is fine. Ants makes for very easy pivots. I mean, all of these, right? Red card, bus, green joker. I guess green joker, maybe it's not very easy to pivot because you're not using your discards to set up your hands. Is this ranking in the context of gold stake? We're taking every context into account. Gold stake, high score speed runs, early game, late game, vibes. I think Pants got incredible vibes. It looks great as a polychrome. Everything looks great as a polychrome. It's one of the better looking polychromes. -2. Negative Pants, not as good. The coloring here, it's all like pale, washed out background. There are better negatives. Negative Splash is great. Negative, what is it? Negative Castle is great. All right, Flashcard is objectively weak. It's so expensive to reroll. The idea behind the flashcard is I'm already rerolling anyway. Except that's not true because you need money to reroll, and there's like a lot of times where I'm not rerolling. I'm always opening booster packs. I'm not always rerolling. Should flashcard be +3 instead of +2? Is that too strong? I think that's too strong. Is flashcard worse than red card? I think that's not necessarily true. What's better about flashcard is I can when I do have the money, and sometimes I do, then I can reroll more times. Red card is limited by there's only 2 booster packs per shop, whereas flashcard is unlimited. Flashcard is one of those jokers that doesn't really do anything for the first 4 antes, and then in ante 5 and 6, it goes from 0 to 60. When you have your econ in order, flashcard is easy. Yeah. People think about like, oh, when you have econ in terms of like you have econ jokers, you have golden joker, you have rocket giving you money. It's not just that. It's also, interest and getting money from playing fewer hands, and getting money from gold seals and gold cards. And there's so many ways to generate value other than just using your Joker slots. Pivot from boots to flashcard. That is a weird pivot to make, but definitely viable. Flashcard is too expensive early when you need it and not powerful enough later. If it's not powerful enough later, that's a skill issue. You don't have enough money. Sorry. Flashcard or pants? They're both pretty fun. They're both a pretty good time. It's fun to just like mash the reroll button. The sound and animation that it makes is like kind of satisfying. Flashcard or dagger? Flashcard or 8-ball? Flashcard or... yeah, probably something like that. Dagger's more fun. All right, how bad is erosion and how do we fix it? Erosion gets bigger when you have fewer cards in your deck. Okay, so you need to remove cards from your deck. Okay. Generally, when you're playing, you're offered these standard packs, and standard packs, are a way to accelerate your deck building. You can build your deck with Arcana packs and tarot cards and stuff like that, but you want seals. Those are like, at minimum, you're picking up seals from standard packs. At minimum, well, I guess seals, yes. Sometimes you take gold cards also from Arcana packs. Sometimes other interesting things like maybe a random seal card or glass card or something like that. Holographic card, polychrome card. But then you get up to maybe 55, maybe 57. More like 56 cards on the deck usually. And you can remove a few. The problem with erosion is there are not enough ways of removing cards from the deck. Erosion has a powerful synergy with trading card, yes, but that's it. Give me more jokers that remove cards. That's what I want. In the 1.1 update, I want more ways of removing cards. Question. What if we make the erosion? What if we make it plus 6 molt per card missing from your deck? What if we make the number bigger? Does it still feel bad to do erosion? Tech says nah. Still feels bad. If you make it plus 6 per card, it's still plus 0 overall because I have 53 cards in my deck. You'd like it more if the number were bigger? I would like it exactly the same. If the number were bigger, I would like it even worse. What if it counted cards destroyed, not necessarily cards in deck? What if it was... okay, so we talked about Bus and Green Joker are not retroactive. When you pick them up, you start scaling them. Supernova is retroactive. I would say, Supernova seems like it could be worse than Bus or Green Joker because it only applies to one specific hand and there's like 8 other different hands. But really, you only care about one hand anyway. And you could take a random Supernova shows up later on in your run. You could pick it up in ante 5 or 6 or something like that. That could be very powerful. Retroactive, right? We said the same thing about Fortune Teller, retroactively scaling. Erosion is kind of the same way. If you have already done the work of removing cards from your deck, then you get the reward later. Or that's a possible out. You can re-roll into it in the shop. You can find erosion and add it to your build. And you should be removing cards from your deck. That should be the default. Every run, every time, you should be removing cards from your deck. Erosion should always be viable for you. But it just... there's just not enough ways of removing cards from the deck. So you could have, instead of it being retroactive, you could have it it counts the cards destroyed rather than the cards added to your deck. I think the problem is still the same. I think the way of destroying cards is there's not enough ways to destroy cards. Immolate needs a buff. I'll take game balance should be extended to 12 to 15 antes. That is a hot take. All right. Removing cards is really good. So there can't be too many ways to remove cards. That's true. Give me some kind of mini game. Give me an uncommon joker where I have to jump through some hoops. Obviously, trading card is too powerful. Give me some other way of removing cards where it's not every round, but it's like, you know, every other round after you do a thing. We already have 8-ball. That's it. 8-ball is a way of removing cards from the deck that, you know, happens every once in a while. 6 cents. Okay, yeah. If you draw a 6, you get to remove a 6. That's great. Glass cards, 1 in 4 chance. That's great. Okay. I just want one more. I just want a little bit more. Erosion, I don't know how to help you. I'm not creative enough. I don't know how to help you. Is better than Fortune Teller? Nah, usually Fortune Teller is bigger than Erosion. Misprint has a 1 in 23 chance to destroy a card. Well, you can't have it be 2 effects. Shouldn't pants be S? I mean, it's just scaling plus mult. It's like not that much different from the dagger. It's really not. The bull, though. Bull is like square, it's just bigger. Steel Joker is fine. Steel Joker is the most medium. Steel Joker is for sure better than the boots. Glass Joker is fine. The mechanic of destroying glass cards, it just comes down to, you know, it's just too hard to remove cards. Erosion is expelled. I might have to. Might have to. Stone Joker. Down here with the boots. I guess Stone Joker is, yeah, maybe something like that. Down here with the Chips Jokers. Cloud9 is great. Cloud9 goes up here. Cloud9 goes with Rebate. You don't need to draw the 9s. You don't need to touch the 9s. You just stick them in and then forget about it. That's it. It's not better than Golden Joker. You know, Zeno, I've tolerated a lot of nonsense here. But this is one I cannot abide. Because I delete my 9s, then don't delete your 9s. Don't delete your 8s, people. If you never take 8-ball, it's because you always delete your 8s. Delete your 7s instead. Yeah. Get rid of your 7s. Josh Triplet, thank you for another 5.8. OBS is acting a fool today. Disconnected again. We're back. I keep missing it. Josh Triplet? What did Josh Triplet say? Or want to say? Maybe they'll come back. Welcome back, everyone. Scaling Xmult. Hope the doc is recording locally. I am not. This video is going to be a nightmare. I I guess we're not going to anymore. And that's okay. It's like really long. The conversation ended up being really long, so there's going to be, it would take a lot of editing, and I ain't going to do that. Maybe I could like talk about it after the fact. Where are the Scaling Exmalt Jokers? Scaling Exmalt, we got the Vampire, right? We got the Hologram, we got the Constellation, we got Throwback. I think that's it. That's the bunch. Technically Madness. These are the scaling ones? Alright. The Drizzler wants the Vampire at the very tippy top. I got bad news, team. So the Vampire right now, it scales 0.1 per thing, right? Per enhancement. Okay. You could make it 0.2 per enhancement. It used to be 0.2, now it's 0.1. I think 0.2 was too strong, and then so we moved it down. At the very top, you think the Vampire is more fun than the Chad? Okay. So Vampire used to be 0.2. It was too powerful at 0.2. We changed it to 0.1. 0.1 may be a little bit weak. You know, I'm willing to, go with you here. Maybe 0.1 is a little bit too weak. So can we do 0.15? Like, if we could do 0.25, can we do 0.15? The answer is no. the 0.15 looks gross. We can't do it. 1.25? No. Yeah, 0.7. Okay, we get 0.75 on Glass Joker. Yes, fine. 0.25 on the Cat. Yes, fine. We could do 1 quarter. We could do 3 quarters. 0.15, we cannot. 0.125, that's too many decimal places. We cannot. So it's got to be 0.1 or because it can't be 0.2. Point 0.13 repeating. I think the thing that's tough about Vampire is if you're doing the Vampire, it locks you out of so much stuff. Like, if you take the Vampire as an Eternal, it locks you out of all of these enhancements. You could still do Glass, or you can still do Steel cards, that's fine. You can still do Gold cards, that's fine. But it locks you out of Lucky cards, which are fun. And it's not just like, it locks me out of doing Lucky cards, but it locks me out of synergies associated with Lucky cards. It locks me out of doing the Cat. It locks me out of doing the Glass Joker if I want to do that. It locks me out of doing fun stuff with the Chad if that's something that I want to do. Really love Lucky cards, and it's tough to sacrifice the Lucky cards. It's tough to give that up. Yeah. That's what sucks about Green Joker is if I'm doing Green Joker, I'm just not playing as much of the game. If I'm not using my discards, that's one part of the game I'm just not doing anymore. Same with Vampire. It's not only is it weak, it just doesn't feel good. But even though it's, if we go down here with the other Scaling Exmalt Jokers, it's not as bad as Throwback. But that's okay, we can fix him. It's weaker, but it's still better than all of this other nonsense. Like, the Scaling Exmalt Jokers, that's like the top tier of Jokers. That's the best Jokers. So of the top 10, it's in the bottom of the top 10. It's 10th place or whatever. All right. Josh. Hey, Josh. Thank you for another $25 for the Trevor Project. Josh keeps dropping the money for the Trevor project, but I never see Josh. Josh, where you at? Where are you hiding? All right. Ah, there's Seance goes at the bottom because it's almost never interesting in 8 antes. You can almost never do it. It occasionally works out in Endless if you have enough time to build a deck around it, okay? Because it takes a lot of time to build a deck around it, but you can sometimes do it. And then you get a random spectral card. Of the 16 possible spectral cards, you get a spectral card that you don't want. Here's the thing, Josh, okay? Seance gives you spectral cards. The deck that can play straight flushes doesn't want those spectral cards. Like, are those things useful for that deck? Like, do I need Grim for my straight flush deck? Do I need Familiar for my straight flush deck? Do I need potentially purple seals? Sure. Red seals? Maybe. Blue seals? Gold seals? What about Ankh? What about Ectoplasm? What about Ouija? Do I want those for my straight flush deck? Josh wants Seance down here. I think Seance goes here. Sorry, Josh, we're going one lower. But it is interesting. All right. How do we fix him? So, I'll accept expelled. Okay. So the thing about Seance, spectral cards are powerful. So let's start there. Spectral cards are powerful. You don't want all of them for every build, but they are powerful. In general, they're powerful. Spectral packs are rare, but they're not necessarily that rare. On average, you get one spectral pack every 5 shops. 5 shops, 1 spectral pack. So each run has about 5 spectral packs total. In 24 rounds, on average, 5 spectral packs. And then if each one has 2 cards, that's like 10 spectral cards in total. Anyway, spectral cards are powerful. So if we're going to have a Joker that generates spectral cards, it's got to be, you got to do a lot of work in order to get those spectral cards. One option could be Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense, you have to play a 6 as a single card. So, and it has to be your first card, your first hand that round. And then the 6 is destroyed, so you don't get to do it again. And then the next round you have less 6s. It's harder for you to draw your remaining 6s. Eventually, you're going to run out of 6s. Maybe you could do some extra work to get more 6s. I think that is an engaging minigame. I think that is the right kind of minigame for this type of effect. Personally, because I think the spectral cards themselves need a little bit of rebalance. But, that's something that we could talk about also, or later, or never, or anyway, with so much variance in the different possible spectral cards that you can get, then most of them are not relevant to doing straight flushes. So I would like if Seance maybe had a different requirement or gave me a different reward or something like that. Seance is thematically fun. So in order to do a seance, you have to arrange some kind of special components in a special way, and then you get to commune with the spirits, and then you get a reward for that potentially. Like that's the flavor of it. I think that's a cool flavor. Yeah. Thematically fun. Maybe it could be something like, instead of just straight flushes, difficult to play. Maybe you play a straight and a flush separately. Because I kind of don't hate that idea. And then, of course, if you play a straight flush, it counts as both, and then you get the reward. Or play a straight and a flush separately, and then you get a reward. That's easier. And then it fits into more runs. play a secret hand. That could be an option. Consecutively? Not necessarily consecutively. It would be potentially complicated to word it. But I think there's something there. I think Seance does need a rework. And with Sixth Sense, I would put Sixth Sense. Card removal we like. So here's our average uncommons. I think Sixth Sense is slightly better than yeah, slightly better than a boot, probably. Sixth Sense should be compatible with Blueprint and Brainstorm. I agree. Seance feels like it should better address additions. Yeah, I guess Seance, instead of giving you a random spectral card, maybe what it does is it puts a seal on the cards that you play. You play a straight flush, you get a seal on that hand. Maybe. I think the straight flush part is still problematic. I think straight flush still too difficult. Make Seance common? No, it'd be worse. Then you'd see it all the time. Making Seance common doesn't change your ability to play straight flushes. Now I still can't play straight flushes, except Seance is in every shop. Seance is in every ante. You don't want Seance to be common. Rarity is not just about power level. Make it rare. I think that's like problematic too, right? Sure, you won't have to deal with it very often, but then when it does show up, like maybe you use a Wraith, you'd be sad you got a Seance off of the Wraith instead of Hit the Road. Wasn't it a rare before? It was a rare before, and it got turned into an uncommon because it wasn't powerful enough to, it wasn't consistent enough to be a rare. Yeah. No, I think it just needs a rework. Where did we end up with the Constellation? Constellation's up here, for sure. Hologram's up here. Throwback is maybe not up there. Skipping is rough. Skipping is expensive. How do we fix throwback? Does throwback work if we make the number bigger? If we change throwback to 1, if we change it to 0.4, throwback is very exciting. It is exciting. I think it is exciting. This idea that you can skip and then get value for skipping. Also retroactively, if you've already skipped. I think the best throwback runs are where you've already taken an early skip, like an investment tag or a top-up tag or a buffoon tag or something like that. So you've skipped maybe once, maybe twice. You see the throwback and it's like, oh, I've already skipped. It already has value. I have the option now. I could skip even more. I could get even more value. That's like the right middle ground. Was it 0.5 before? It was not. I don't think so. I like 0.4. I like 0.4 for throwback. Now, comparing throwback and madness, like, is there any issue with these being the same number? One of them's 0.5 and the other one's 0.5. So the advantage of madness is you don't miss any shops. With throwback, if you make it 0.5, you still have to skip. No matter how big the number is, you still have to skip, right? Skipping is trash. We need a new big reward. Well, I mean, you could completely overhaul and completely rework the skips, and I think there's a lot of improvement that's possible there. I think there's a lot of buffs that are possible there with the skipping mechanic. But the ideal, the goal is for you to skip maybe like 10% of the time. So, in a run that has 8 antes and 16 skip tags, the goal is for you to skip, on average, 1 to 2 times per run, period. And I think we're slightly less than that, but, not necessarily that much less than that. So I think the skip tags do need a little bit of buff, but not that much of a buff. I think there's just like a few that are kind of problematic and need to be better. And then, okay, keeping in mind this context of like, I'm only supposed to be skipping 2 times per run, then I want throwback to be reasonable or slightly weak if I've only skipped twice, and then to feel really good if I'm skipping a 3rd time or a 4th time to get that extra value. And I think the 0.4 scaling on the throwback, or maybe even 0.5 scaling on the throwback, I think that's a nice break point. No sticker on your Joker tag. That could be an example. I think that's a lazy fix. A lot of people have asked for that. That's a fix that only affects higher stakes. But on lower stakes, you don't skip either. Why do we not skip on lower stakes? Like, if I skip and you're going to give me a random rare, a rare Joker, that's something that only shows up once every 20 shops or something like that. That's not true. It's more like once every 12 shops. You want to give me a rare Joker. Okay. So I skip, and then the rare Joker I get is irrelevant to what I'm doing. That's a wasted skip. It doesn't matter that it's perishable. It doesn't matter that it's eternal. It doesn't matter that it's rental. If I'm playing on white stake, that sucks. That skip sucks. Orbital tag is my favorite one. Orbital tag is the best because orbital tag tells you up front. It's like, hey, this is what I'm going to give you. Is that something that you want? And you can say, no, that's not something that I want. All right, keep moving. So, instead of having the skips be like, okay, no additions, tell me in advance what Joker I'm getting. And then I can decide, do I want to skip for that specific Joker? Do I want to skip for Hit the Road? Do I want to skip for a Baron? Do I want to skip for Ancient Joker? Do I want to skip for the Order that gives me a ×3? Actually, what I like is, tell me what the Joker is, but don't tell me what the modifiers are. So, tell me that there's a blueprint, and then I skip, and then I get a perishable blueprint. And then I'm sad, but I'm differently sad. I like that. Like, even if it's a perishable blueprint, at least it's still a blueprint. I would take that skip. As opposed to, you skip and then you get, I don't know, obelisk. People don't like obelisk. You know the risk. That's it. You know the risk. So, I think throwback we just change the number and then it's fine. I think comparing Madness here. So even if they had the same scaling rate, they function way differently because throwback you don't have to give up any of your current build. Madness says, all your random jokers get destroyed, you have to have eternal jokers. Or you have to be willing to give something up. Madness used to be, by the way, every round, including the boss rounds. It always destroyed a random joker. All 3 rounds. And then we changed it, so now it doesn't affect boss rounds, so you can buy jokers going into the boss. You can also, if you have a joker that you want to keep alive, you can skip. And then Madness doesn't grow, but also your jokers don't get destroyed. So maybe like in Ante 8, you double skip because you have Madness and you don't want to destroy the blueprint that you just found. Sorry, Tech said something, but scale 50% slower. Maybe was responding to someone else. Throwback would be great if it increased by 1.3 each time you skipped. That is what we're talking about. Except I think 0.4 could be higher, but at least 0.4. Heyo Cyrus, thank you for the $5 for the Trevor Project. We got Polychrome on the wheel. Doesn't show up in chat for me. What if Madness was 1 in 4 chance? All right, let's go. What other uncommons do we have? So we got the Blackboard. We got, we could talk about, so we talked about the scaling X-Molt ones. I guess between Constellation and Hologram, I think Hologram is a little bit stronger. I think Hologram is a little bit stronger because it grows a little bit faster. Wheel of Fortune Doc is blind. Wheel of Fortune? Huh? It just doesn't show up in the chat. I really hate when I'm doing the restream, if I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, then the chat integration in OBS is completely different than it used to be. And so when it was just Twitch, it would have all of the Twitch notifications in the chat box. But now it doesn't anymore. And so like if you at me, it doesn't highlight the message anymore, which sucks. For example. Anyway, yeah, Hologram scales a little bit faster. It's a little bit cheaper overall. Constellation is busted with blue seals, but we can fix that. We can nerf the blue seals. We can fix that. Throwback and Madness. Madness is it's a wild time, but it's kind of a fun time. Maybe something like that. Maybe Madness is like up here. Yeah, something like that. I would nerf from blue seals. We don't know yet. We don't even know for sure if they will be nerfed, but I would nerf them. All right, so we got Obelisk, we got Campfire. I'm gonna get out all of the X-Molt here. We got the Hit the Road. We got Stencil. Did I get them all? Baseball card. Haven't talked about the castle yet. Okay, there's Seeing Double, and then I guess there's all of these rares. We haven't gotten to the rares yet. Well, not too deep anyway. There's... Okay. Loves that Madness gives incentives to play higher stakes. Yeah, I guess. With Madness being an uncommon joker, it's just, it doesn't come up that often. So if that's the reason you're playing higher stakes, maybe that's not a good reason to play higher stakes. All right. Blackboard's definitely better than Acrobat. Blackboard's every hand, Acrobat's the final hand. Ramen does psychic damage to me, so Ramen is below here. Is Ramen preferable over Stencil? Probably. Over Flower Pot? Probably. Seeing Double is just weaker than the Card Shark, I would say. Maybe something like this. I would take Seeing Double over Acrobat. Once again, it's going to depend on context. It's going to depend on what kind of build you're on. A Croaker, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why nerf blue seals? On pairs, they give you at most 2 molt per round. So don't think of it in terms of like, oh, Bust gives me 4 molt per round, and my blue seal only gives me 2 molt per round. That's 50% more molt per round. That's molt that doesn't require me a joker slot in order to scale. Don't think of it like that. Think of it like, how else are you getting planet cards? You're getting planet cards from Celestial Packs, which are 1 every 2 shops. You're getting planet cards from shopping. That's 1 planet card every 3.5 rerolls. With 9 different planets, you're seeing the 1 planet that you're looking for. You're seeing it once every 30 rerolls. And so, okay, maybe in that context, getting a planet card every round seems like a bit much. Because you open a Celestial pack, sometimes you get the planets you're looking for, sometimes you get the planets that you aren't looking for. So 1 Celestial pack every 2 shops, 1 useful planet card every 6 shops. Seems like way different from what Blue Seals are doing. So it's not the Blue Seals are giving you 6 times as many planet cards as you would without it. That's why it feels bad to not have it. Blackboard is worse than the other X-Mult because it's not scaling. Probably something like that. Probably put the Card Shark in there. Sting Double. Acrobat. Kind of like the Dagger more than the Acrobat. Get your scaling rather than your X-Mult. If you have big enough scaling, you don't need the X-Mult. Flower Pot doesn't give X-Mult, so I guess we put it down here with the boot. Maybe down here. There you go, that looks good. Stencil better than Madness? That's a good question. So wait. Madness. Did Madness get moved accidentally? Is that correct? Madness, yeah. Madness is better than Steel Joker, better than Glass Joker, so Stencil. I think it's in here. Steel Joker you can take all of the time. Stencil you can take not all of the time. Same with Madness. Maybe something like that. Maybe Ramen is takeable all of the time, even though it causes me psychic damage. Stencil anti-scaling. Stencil Ankh synergy. Fun fact. You get 4 times as many Ankhs as you do souls. So think about all of the runs you've played. Think about all of the legendary Jokers you've ever had. You get 4 times as many Ankhs as you do souls. It's only 4 times as many. So, imagine how rare the soul is. The Ankh is that rare too, kind of. Unless you play a lot of Sixth Sense. Unless you play a lot of Ghost deck. Sure, then yeah. Stencil feels bad to me without having 2 of them. So it just needs to get the job done. That's kind of what Ramen does. That's kind of what Seeing Double does. Sometimes just ×2 is all you need to bridge the gap, and then that's it. Takes up 2 Joker slots, but I mean, often you're using Joker slots on value generators, and you're using Joker slots on random Eternals anyway. It's not going to fit into every build, and that's okay. It doesn't need to fit into every build, but it could. No matter what you're doing, all you got to do is sell a Joker, and now you have a ×2, right? Campfire is so strong. Campfire is at least as good as Hologram. So is Obelisk. I think Campfire over Obelisk. I like the Obelisk minigame. I like playing different hands. I like thinking about that. Campfire clears. Campfire gets the job done. It kills all your econ. So the thing is with Campfire, you don't have to do it. You don't have to buy and sell. You don't have to reroll every ante, right? You just do enough. You buy and sell enough. You get random tarot cards from purple seals, and you get random planet cards from blue seals, and sometimes you just sell them incidentally. I think Campfire is powerful enough. I would put it at the top. It's fun to use. That's it. It's fun to use. It's flavorful. Light it up. Feed the fire, and then you got to feed the fire again. Josh, another $5 for the Trevor Project? What did Josh say? Josh said something that the Drizzler agreed with. Josh said lovers should make 2 wild cards, not 1. I mean, and then it would make Flower Pot better. Okay, let's have a real talk about Flower Pot. A Croaker, thank you for the super chat on the YouTube side of things. Madness might be my favorite Joker to get. Doesn't always work out, but it's fun 100% of the time. It does make interesting things happen. It is a different way of playing the game, and that is fun to have that change up. That's how I feel about the Obelisk. It's just a different way of playing the game. So, Flower Pot is feast or famine. Flower Pot is yes or no. Either you have the hand or you don't. One thing I find annoying about the Flower Pot is it's annoying to track. It's annoying to keep track of what suits I have, what suit I'm missing. Let's say I'm trying to draw a straight. Well, the missing suit could come from the 9, it could come from the 7, it could come from the 6. And I have to figure out, okay, which cards do I hold on to, which cards do I discard? Same if I'm playing a full house. It is easier to do the Flower Pot if you're playing straights compared to playing 2-pair with the Flower Pot. It's easier to play, the Flower Pot with full houses compared to playing 2-pair or something like that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's easy. Also, if you have any of the suit bosses debuff one of the car or one of the suits, then now your Flower Pot is off because you don't have all 4 of the suits happening. So Flower Pot is kind of like the Acrobat. Acrobat, you set up the final hand, and then that one final hand scores 3 times at once. So you put all your glass cards, you put all your steel cards into the final hand. You set up your 4 of a kind for the final hand. Flower Pot's kind of like that, where it's like, okay, I make some maneuvers, throw away a bunch of stuff, and then I set up the perfect hand, and the one hand scores all of the points for the whole round. Here's what I want from the Flower Pot. What I want is, instead of feast or famine, instead of yes or no, like the blackboard is easy to set up, easy to mess up. And I think that works for the I think that works for the blackboard, this feast or famine type thing. Same with Seeing Double. It's easy to set up. What I want for the Flower Pot is I want it to count how many suits are represented. Instead of yes or no, I want it to count. I want it to scale. That's what I want from the Flower Pot. The problem with that is if it's scaling, then what happens if I play high card? What happens if I play just 1 card? That's 1 suit. What happens if I play 2 cards? That's a guaranteed 2 suits. And then it's kind of like Seeing Double. The problem I have with Flower Pot is it shares too much DNA with Seeing Double. These 2 things are too similar. Flower Pot is you play a hand and it has to contain a club and some other suit. That's what Seeing Double already says. Why do we have 2 different Jokers that do the same thing? So what I would prefer with Flower Pot is, instead of X-Molt, I would prefer a different effect, actually. Give me chips instead of X-Molt. Not X chips, just plus chips. Plus chips, where the chips is counting the number of suits or something like that. Make Flower Pot give you skip tags. Alright, serious suggestions only, please. Lunatic 1422, thank you for the $5 donation for the Trevor Project. Welcome back, Limbo Legs. 1 chip for every suit in your deck. Wait, but there's only 4 suits in your deck. What are we talking about here? What if Flower Pot is held in hand? Counts the number of suits held in hand. Isn't that just a high card joker then? Isn't that just like you play high card and you got four cards in hand? Fallen said, if you're reading this after stream, can you post a screenshot of all of my 9-star Umas? Oh, in Uma Musume? Yeah. Well, I don't know if I've got like 30 of them, so it'll take me a while to get a screenshot of all of them, but I'll try. I feel like I've done this already. Balancing is hard. Yes. So I wish Flower Pot wasn't just seeing double. I wish Flower Pot wasn't feast or famine, yes or no. That's how I feel about it. But I think it functions. I think in certain builds it functions. Does it function more often in superposition? No. There. Nah, we can't fix him. Flower Pot's done. RIP. I tried. Not every Joker has to be good. That's correct. But some people take that statement and get the wrong meaning from that. Yeah, there's allowed to be some commons that are better than others. There's allowed to be some uncommons that are better than others. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't at least try to have them closer together. Maybe. Like, if I have 5 Jokers that no one ever uses, that's just, why do we even have those in the game? Why do we not just replace that with something else? How do we change them so that more people will use them? Not everyone will use them all of the time, but more people will use them more of the time. How do we make these Jokers more fun to interact with? Duo is better than Card Shark because it's always a ×2, but Card Shark is a little bit more versatile. Card Shark is versatile in theory. You could play 2 flushes, you could play 2 pair twice, but that's it. You're not going to play 2 straights. But yeah, maybe, could be, maybe something like that. I think for me, Trio is too difficult. Too difficult to activate. I would actually prefer Acrobat over Trio. Duo is insanely boring. Agree. Josh Triplet, thank you for the 200 bits. Make Seance. Oh, make Seance the one where you play one of each suit. I could see something like that. But I think there could exist some kind of Joker that cares about doing different suits, and maybe Flower Pot or Seance. Maybe it doesn't really matter which is which. They have similar flavor, assembling the different pieces. Is being boring a crime for Duo? No, not at all. It's fine. You know what is a crime? The Tribe. ×2 for a flush? That's criminal. As far as rares go, stinky. It's not that you have to play flushes, which are not as easy as to play as other hands. Obviously, it's not difficult to play flushes, but it's not as easy as like playing ×2. It's just so much more boring. (2) for a pair, (2) for a flush. That's just, it's so... You don't even have to play a flush. You could play a straight flush, you could play a flush house, you could play all of these other exciting things which don't care at all about a (2). Is this going to be better than the suit jokers? Or sorry, the sinful jokers? Probably. Am I going to prefer this over Golden Joker? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. The order is (3). For a straight, you got to play a straight, but you get a (3). So if we're comparing it to trio, straights are much easier to play. So probably something like that. I like that. So things like the dagger and the pants, these are things that... These are help enable your build. So none of this X-Molt stuff matters unless you have the jokers that give you plus molt. So these are the enablers. And then after you have the enablers, then you have the payoffs. You have the X-Molt payoff, potentially. So I would rather have the enabler first and then the payoff after. Something like that. Dagger's too expensive? Nah. Dagger is not cheap, but it's not too expensive. (4) for 4 of a kind? 4 of a kind is tough, but (4) is a big deal. Probably something like that. This is not necessarily, by the way, this is not just about comparing these jokers against each other, but comparing these rares to other rares, comparing these uncommons to other uncommons. And so, you know, as far as like, most rares are going to be better than most uncommons and most commons, but then among the different rares, these are kind of the stinkier rares, maybe, or at least the less exciting rares. I think baseball card's pretty exciting. Maybe baseball card up here with duo. You also got to give up a joker slot to ramp up the dagger. You always have a free joker slot. I'm not giving baseball card the honors though. I think there's a lot of times where I'd actually just rather have these uncommons. Actually, I would rather, in a lot of situations, just rather have Constellation, rather have Hologram, and so I can't give baseball card the honors for that reason. Baseball card is fun to play with. It is fun to have, like, what's cool about the baseball card is the value generating terror, or the value generating uncommons, like let's say, where is it, Cardomancer or Certificate or the Burglar or, you know, maybe the Spaceman. It's like, these are the things that I like to do, but sometimes I have to get rid of them in order to score points. But if I have something like baseball card says, hey, all of the things that you like to do, now they do even more the things that you already like to do. And I like that about the baseball card. It's not like crazy powerful. The artwork's great though. Alright. You convinced me. Moving up in the world. World Series is happening right now? Yes. Beast like me puts Obelisk in Expelled. Well, I mean, this is... You know, we said before about different contexts, you know, whether we're talking about high scoring context or whether we're talking about gold stake context. This is also the additional context of you have a competent pilot, and I think a competent pilot would like to have the Obelisk more often than not. How do we fix Hit the Road? So, like, the thing that's powerful about the Obelisk is the number is so big The number is, it's 0.4 per hand. Every hand 0.4, again. You play 4 hands, that's 1.6 scaling. That's incredible. Okay. Does hit the road work if we make the number bigger? That's where we're gonna start. First, do we feel bad about hit the road? The answer is yes, or at least I do. Do we feel better if we make the number bigger? What if we make it 2x per jack discarded? Now is hit the road good enough? Maybe. Paul says maybe. 0.75 would be perfect. So it's currently 0.5 per jack, right? So it could be 0.75, could be 0.1, it could be, I like hit the road. It could be 2 times per jack. I think if you make it 2 times per jack, then obviously it's very powerful. I think then it's fine. What feels bad about hit the road? The thing that feels bad about the hit the road is I can't discard my jacks until I draw them. So I have to draw them first, and then I have to discard them. I can't draw them and I can't discard them unless I have jacks in my deck. If I don't have jacks in my deck, or I don't have enough jacks in the deck, that's on me. That's a deck building issue. So it's kind of like Shoot the Moon, but then potentially worse, because then it's not just about drawing the queens, it's about you have to discard the jacks. I guess with Shoot the Moon, if you have a medium amount of queens in your hand, then once I have queens in my hand, I'm stuck with them. I can't discard them anymore. Whereas like with Hit the Road, if I have 20 jacks in my deck, I just select 5 cards and discard. Select 5 cards, discard. Hit the Road is kind of like Mystic Summit. It's kind of like Shoot the Moon in the sense that the first hand that I play is not going to score any points. But if I play a few hands, saving my discards, I can use my discards to discard the jacks, and then on my final hand, it scores a lot of points. So Hit the Road is kind of like the Acrobat. You set up the one big hand, and then your other hands don't really do anything. Hit the Road is kind of like Dusk, which is not, that doesn't necessarily make it good, that's just like similar flavor, right? Hit the Road, how powerful it is depends on what hand you're trying to play. If I want to play, what most people do is they get a lot of jacks, and if I have a lot of jacks, I should play 4 of a kind jacks. I should play 5 of a kind jacks. If I want to play 5 of a kind, I have to hold on to 5 of a kind. I can't discard my jacks because I need to have my jacks in order to play my 5 of a kind. Now that tension feels bad. But another way that you could use Hit the Road is you could just play pair, discard jacks. Don't worry about 4 of a kind, just discard jacks. And sort of like incidentally. Bro, Hit the Road. Jay Biggs on the YouTube side of things donated. I see $5 to the Trevor Project on the Twitch side of things. Maybe also donated on the YouTube side. Not enough. Haven't followed long enough on Twitch. Can't comment yet. Would like to downgrade the Vampire. You think the Vampire should go down here with the rest of the X-Molt scalers? I suppose that's fair. The animation for the Vampire is strictly better. Right? These don't have Midas Mask synergy, which is fun. But that's it. Can't do this to the Vampire. Can't move it that far down. There we go. Oh, counter offer. The Drizzle, we got $25 for the Trevor Project. All right. Harrison Liu, thank you for the super chat on the YouTube side of things. Technical question. We know Nanymph does not beat Ante 39. Then why does Nanymph beat earlier Antes? I don't know. There you go. I don't know. Where are we putting Hit the Road? So Would I rather have Hit the Road or something like the Order? The Order only applies to straights. Hit the Road, you could, in theory, apply it to different hands, but most of the time you're not applying it to different hands. Most of the time you're just applying it to pairs, because then I'm allowed to discard my jacks if I'm only playing a pair of jacks or something like that. So I think it's going to be better than these, maybe better than the Order. Maybe more exciting than Duo. Duo is kind of boring. I like Hit the Road is a little bit more exciting. Maybe something like that. Driver's license times 3. Either it's always times 3 or it's nothing. Not a very exciting rare, but it does give you times 3 to every hand, so probably it's up here. It doesn't scale. What's nice about Constellation and Hologram is you go, it's times 1, and then it's times 1.5, and then it's times 2, and then, you know, maybe it doesn't get all the way up to times 3, but you have kind of like a smooth progression. If I'm struggling for score, I can't take driver's license. I can't justify taking a Joker that doesn't do anything for me right now. Driver's license feels like an uncommon. I could see that. I guess there is some benefit to having certain Jokers that do a big thing, do a big splashy thing when they appear, when they show up, and driver's license is kind of like that. Like, it's not always going to be powerful and splashy, but sometimes it is. And Stuntman is kind of like that. Stuntman definitely needs to be rare. Like, you could weaken it, you could change the numbers, you could make it 120 chips or 150 chips or whatever, but you can't make it uncommon. It has to be rare because of how game warping it is to have a ton of chips and be able to play high card. A Croaker says, Hit the Road is obviously expelled since Hit the Road is a phrase that means get out of here. Hit the Road should get out of here. Maybe. Riff Raff is an uncommon that needs to be common. Yeah, well, yeah. Hit the Road, or sorry, Riff Raff is similar to the credit card in that it does a very powerful thing once, and then it does a very kind of mid thing. You know, people get upset about Stencil taking up Joker slots, and people get upset about Dagger taking up Joker slots. People don't get upset about Riff Raff taking up Joker slots because people are addicted to gambling. And that's okay. Well, maybe. You might want to talk to someone about that. What do we got left? Shortcut is great. Shortcut is a good time. Shortcut is gotta be up here. Alright. Shortcut, great artwork. Shortcut, great concept. You're gonna do a straight, you can take a shortcut. What do you mean shortcut? Well, you have the gaps in the straight. That's great. The gameplay, straights are frustrating. For some people. For some people, it's more frustrating than others. Maybe for me, it's not super frustrating. What shortcut allows you to do is now every hand is a straight. Not every hand, but like every hand, you know? Hold on. Is it back yet? It says we're reconnected. I wonder... I hope on the YouTube side of things this doesn't create like 20 VODs. No, it seems like okay. So it's just got like the one live now. Okay, fine. We're back. Okay. Here are some other favorites of mine. Gift card is a banger. Flash, of course, sure. Trading card, okay. I mean, we know where the trading card's going. Can we put trading card in the $3 jokers? Does it deserve that honor? Can't. Okay, hear me out. What if we change trading card? We make it $3. That way, every time you see trading card, you can always afford it. It'll always pay for itself. I think the trading card surpasses the Drizzler. I think it replaces the Vampire in the top spot. Okay, trading card. The artwork is great. What's great about the artwork is you look at it and you're like, oh yeah, that's like some kind of trading card. You know, it's like vaguely reminiscent. Like could be a Magic card, could be not really a Yu-Gi-Oh card, could be maybe, could be. It looks a little bit more like maybe the Digimon card game, but it looks like a trading card without looking like a specific trading card. Like I can't tell you exactly what game it is exactly, but it's it's some kind of trading card. Sure. The Joker character is good. The composition here, the balance of the light and the dark and the colors, it's great. Very well done piece of artwork. I mean, just like the baseball card, very well done piece of artwork, and campfire and castle and stuff like that. On top of this amazing piece of artwork, the flavor of trading away a card, it goes away, it's gone forever, you get $3. Like that's great flavor. I think that's too powerful, but it is great flavor. And so if the Chad, so Blueprint, that's like the premium rare. Of all the 20 rares, that's the premium one. Among all the commons, Chad is the premium common. That's the best one. That's the fun one. Of all the different uncommons, trading card is strong enough to be rare, I think, but it's okay that it's a common, or it's okay that it's uncommon. Strong enough to be rare, but it's okay that it's uncommon. It's okay to have this premium uncommon that's fun to use and powerful to use. Also, the animation is fun. Discarding a card and then it explodes. Clavor, thank you for the $25 for the Trevor Foundation. I think if you wanted to balance the trading card, you would have to take away the $3. What if it was only $1? You get rid of a card, you gain $1. Would people accept that? Would people riot? What did Clavor say up here? Clavor said, I would like to propose that the obelisk should be at the bottom, but of the honors tier? Clavor, you think the obelisk is... Tell me more. Clavor, tell me more. Is it more fun than a baseball card? Is it more powerful than a baseball card? Do you like the vibes of the obelisk? Do you like to hold the obelisk more than the baseball card? Tell me more. I would still take it even if it didn't give me money. Okay. Trading card, you would still take it even if it didn't give you money. I propose we change it to $1 instead of $3. Obelisk is more fun. Obelisk is an interesting minigame. A side quest. You thought you were doing one thing? Surprise. Try this instead. Zeno wants $2 trading card? I might be able to do $2, but I really think it should be one. I think it should be $0, and for that reason I'm offering $1. Obelisk isn't fun? I mean, playing straights is not fun for some people, but that's okay. Different people like different things, and that's okay. What's nice about the obelisk being a rare joker, if you don't want to do the obelisk, you're never going to see it. That's it. If you don't, if you're like me and you don't like Ancient Joker never shows up anyway. So don't even have to think about it. Gift card's a good time. Gift card generates money, kinda. And if it generates money, ka-chow. Goes up there for sure. Stuntman, very powerful. Stuntman gotta be X-Molt Jokers. The thing about the Stuntman is I could just do this with Square Joker. I could just get Blue Joker, which gives me a third as many chips, but I don't need 250. The -2 hand size is deserved, but it is rough. Probably something like that. Ancient Joker's powerful. If you have Ancient Joker, you have to play a very specific game. So if you get Obelisk, you don't have to play anything specific. It's just play anything other than, you know, what you were already doing. Whatever the thing you were doing before, try doing a different thing. And there's a lot of different things that you could do. And I kind of like that about Obelisk. Now I have to pay attention. I have to look for, oh, am I going to draw 2 pair? Oh, do I have a 3 of a kind that I can play? Like those types of things. Ancient Joker it's gotta be flushes. In theory, it could be something else. Could be flush 5, could be flush house. It's not going to happen that way. Because the suit is going to keep changing. And if the suit changes, then you're going to have to go get those different cards, which are going to be different suit or different ranks, right? Unless you have 6 kings of every suit, you're not going to play flush houses with the Ancient Joker. And so I think that's a little bit boring. I think that's a little bit stale. It is powerful, but it's not as cool as baseball card. The artwork is a really cool integration of a character that Mouth drew. I think that's cool. Stop and Chat, thank you for the $50 for the Trevor Project. Stop and Chat, can you repeat whatever it is, the thing that you said before, and then Adrizzle said, I'll make sure that he sees it. What was the thing again? Animation of the baseball card happening is cool too. Yeah, you know, you get to see your Jokers jiggle in a new, different way. That's fun. That's cool. Have we ranked Andrew yet? We're getting there. Hologram S tier. Hologram, the Gold Stake Warrior. The Gold Stake Gladiator hologram. What's nice about the hologram is if you want to grow the hologram, you just close your eyes, you just pick a card. And you know, for a lot of people that's more fun than the obelisk. Go, you know, head empty mode, that's fun. Castle is chips. Castle is scaling chips. So it's at least up here. Here's the other chips jokers, but it's scaling. It's not up here. Square Joker and Bull you can do with 0 effort. Castle is a little bit more effort. I don't think it's as fun as the runner. I don't think it's as powerful as the runner. Artwork is great. It really is, though. Yeah. One of my favorite pieces of artwork. Hologram plus trading card, that's a fun combination. Agree. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's get the suit jokers out of the way. Let's get them out of here. So we got... There's Bloodstone and Arrowhead and Onyx Agate. So... Probably Onyx Agate first, because it's Molt. Probably Arrowhead second. Question about Question about the rough gem. Currently, rough gem gives you $1 per diamond. I think that's too low. Some people have said something crazy, like change it to $2 per diamond. I think $2 per diamond is too high. I think we can meet in the middle and we could say something like 1 in 2 chance to have 1 in 2 chance to get $2. No, 1 in 2 chance to get $3. That's it. That's it, Tech. Yeah. Make rough gem like business card. Business card is $2. Make rough gem 50% chance $3. 1 in 3 chance to get $3. Get out of here. Whatever. So rough gem, if we made it more money, would we like rough gem better? Does there exist a number where we like rough gem? Rough gem feels too weak? Yeah. It does feel too weak. That's what we're saying. If it is too weak, what are the different ways that we can change it? One way we can change is we can make the number bigger. Bigger number, okay for rough gem, and then we're fine. 1 in 2 chance for 500 cigarettes, okay, that's fine. Make it cheaper to buy. Well, if it's too expensive, you just make it more powerful. If it's going to be a $7 Joker, I can make it a $7 worth of power. All of the uncommon, all of the gemstone Jokers, they all have the same price, and we want to keep it that way. Why are they expelled? This is just temporary. $6 is better. Make them all $6. Well, then we'd have to change the numbers on the Arrowhead and Onyx Agate. I don't think Bloodstone should be a $6 Joker. I think it should be stay right where it is as a $7 Joker, and then just adjust the other ones accordingly. So these are, of course, better than the Sinful Jokers. These are kind of in the middle here, maybe. So, like, I think because Onyx Agate gives such a big number, I would even put Onyx Agate above the Chips Jokers here. Yeah, just below the castle. Arrowhead, just above the Chips Jokers. Bloodstone, probably just above the Photograph. Photograph is a little bit more versatile, but Bloodstone is overall more powerful. Rough Gem I would put right down here with Business Card. Maybe something like that. Yeah. With the Rough Gem, you don't have to play a flush, by the way. You could just play a pair or even 2 pair. Being lower than Business Card is fair. Yeah. So you can increase the number on Rough Gem. You can make Rough Gem give you more money. The disparity between these is it's easier to play multiple hands that have like pair of jacks, pair of queens, 2 pair, kings and tens or something like that. It's much easier to do that than it is to do the diamonds. It's easier to do the cards that care about ranks than it is to do the cards that care about suits. How do we feel about Pareidolia? Can I get another $3 Joker? I think Pareidolia is too... I think Pareidolia is too interesting to be a common. I don't think Pareidolia should be a common. It's kind of like Splash. Most of the times you can just build face cards. You don't need to turn your other cards into face cards. You just have face cards. But sometimes that's something that you want to do. Sometimes you could do these weird synergies where you have like aces and you turn them into face cards. Do Fibonacci and turn them into face cards. Sometimes you could do Pareidolia with Midas Mask, Pareidolia with Faceless Joker, Pareidolia with Reserve Parking. Like, there's so many cards that care about face cards, it makes sense that there would be a Joker that turns things into face cards. Like, the name is thematic, Pareidolia, and then it's like a face made out of cards. I think is thematic. Pareidolia, it needs to exist. The question is, where do we put it? Uncommon, yes. I think it should be a cheaper uncommon. I might go $3 on Pareidolia, but I might go $4 on Pareidolia. Never seen sock hack Pareidolia. You've never seen it happen? I feel like I've done it before. Not necessarily for a long time, but I've done it before for a little bit. $4 is better? Yeah. I think $4 is better, but it's in the same kind of like, it's a weird Joker that like never fits in. Spaceman. Proposition. Spaceman, 1 in 3 chance. Instead of 1 in 4, we go 1 in 3. Spaceman right now, a little bit weak. We make it more. C-Dub says, nah, still sucks. Still hate it. That's a nah from C-Dubs. Worse than a Blue Seal? I mean, the Blue Seal's overpowered. So that's like saying Spaceman is worse than Blueprint. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, I mean, you like the Spaceman? Yeah. This is not where it's going. It's gonna end up in here somewhere. But for starters, 1 in 3 Spaceman, 1 in 5 chance for 2 levels. Tech? No. I need the consistency. Is it too powerful to be a common? I think it is too powerful to be a common. It's a scaling Joker. If you put it next to the square Joker, they're the same shape. They're the same height. Look at that. Exactly the same height. So 1 in 3 chance I think we could do. Spaceman is strong. It gives you chips, it gives you molt. It gives you both. It depends what hand you play. If you play more hands, then it's more powerful. So because it's scaling, it's got to be up here. It's got to be the thing that makes it different from the scaling plus molt Jokers is you can sell it. You could do the Spaceman, and then when you're not feeling it anymore, then you sell it. So I think it's like up here with 8-Ball. Yeah, maybe something like that. Artwork is slick. It's pretty cute. Yeah. Sorry, what did Koi say? 1 in 4 chance and 1 in 10 for 2 levels. Nah. That's too many words. Upgrade your hand is already a complicated effect. Spaceman is fine once Blue Seals are nerfed. I still think it should be more. I think Spaceman should be as powerful as Cartomancer is. Buff Spaceman until it becomes Cartomancer. Make it guaranteed 1 in 1 chance? Nah, that'd be too much. Burnt Joker, but better? Yeah. Burnt. What we don't want is we don't want Burnt Joker, but better. What we want is Burnt Joker, but different. So Spaceman grows when you play the hand. Burnt Joker grows when you discard the hand. Speaking of Burnt Joker is pretty strong, right? It's at least as strong as, I mean, it's a rare Joker. I think it's, as far as, it's better than all of the scaling ones. All the scaling plus molt. I think because of the Spaceman's ability to sell it later, I think it's at least maybe here. Better than a Stuntman. Burn Joker's a good time. Burn Joker's awesome. The dream is you discard a straight. Like one every 4 rounds, you discard a straight. Feels great. Burn Joker is perfect. It is a great specimen. Burn Joker is great for low hands, not just for low hands. You could do it with flushes. You could do a 2 pair. I guess 2 pair is kind of a low hand too. What you can't do is you can't discard a pair and then also do the trading card. So for that reason, I'm out. He's doomed to never get along. DNA is very strong. DNA is very strong, but you're contingent upon, you have to have something that's worth copying, and you have to draw the thing that's worth copying. DNA is going to be stronger than, like, Hallucination, for example. It's going to be stronger than 8 Ball. Maybe up here with Burnt Joker. Maybe up here with Constellation. Seems pretty high. I don't know, that's, I'm looking at it now, that seems too high for me, but I don't know where else to put it. Scrimble? What did Scrimble say? Doomed Yowie. Burnt Joker and trading card. Oh. DNA with Burnt Joker. Play high card. Is DNA better than 6 cents? It is. DNA is a noob trap. DNA is a noob trap in the sense that noobs always play it wrong, but it doesn't mean that it's bad. And if you play it correctly, it can be incredibly powerful. I think it's got to be like this. Stuntman, Burn Joker, you just take them, no setup. DNA requires a little bit of setup. Like, it's very powerful, but it does require a little bit of setup. How do we fix Vagabond? Vagabond gives you a tarot card every hand. That's so many tarot cards. That's so much. That's so many. That's so much. That's so many chores. Nothing to fix. Turn that frown upside down. $5 cap instead of $4 cap. Nah, no, there's no interest. That's the point. That's why it's $4. It used to be $3. That's a huge problem. Never been more alone. So the issue I have with Ancient Joker is if you're doing Ancient Joker, you're not doing anything else. There's only one way to play Ancient Joker. That's it. A lot of different ways you can play the Obelisk. There's only one way to play Ancient Joker. Vagabond has kind of a different issue where you can, because you get tarot cards, you could use the tarot cards kind of however you want. It's just, if I get Vagabond, I'm doing Vagabond. I'm doing so much Vagabond. I'm doing all this Vagabond stuff. I'm doing all the tarot card stuff. Kind of like Purple Seals. There's just something about having too much tarot cards. Kind of like 8 ball. If I'm doing 8 ball, I'm doing a lot of 8 ball. I think 8 ball is better. I like 8 ball better than Vagabond. 8 ball doesn't ask me to give up anything. Vagabond got bad vibes. Stupid, thank you for the $15 for the Trevor project. Read up. Fine. I'm scrolling. Okay, I'll look. Man, there's so much up. Where am I reading? Fix him, I can make him worse. Stupid said Doc twice. I didn't see what else Stupid said. Can we get Vagabond at the top? Alright, if we're gonna put Vagabond at the top, like at the top, we're gonna have to, you're gonna have to sell me on it. You're gonna have to tell me more. Tell me that this is a fun thing for me to do. Tell me that this is a fun way of winning games. Infinite tarot cards? There are other ways to get tarot cards. Stupid said, it is a fun way to win games. Ah. Stupid said the thing that I said to say. Okay. I like a medium amount of tarot cards. I like to have to work for it a little bit. I don't like my 20-minute run becoming an hour and 20-minute run. Vagabond multiplies not just your score, but it multiplies the amount of time that it takes to do your run. Runs take forever. I will go no higher. Baron is butt. Tech wants to talk about the dice. We'll talk about the Baron later. Tech wants to talk about the dice. Oops, all money. Okay. Let's say you play 5 lucky cards per round. Let's say you have enough lucky cards that you can play 5 per round. Okay? On average, you're getting like... It's closer to like $7. You play 5 lucky cards, you get on average $7. Okay? This doubles your money. So now dice on its own is producing $7 per round if you play 5 lucky cards. Dice on its own is producing, okay, all of your lucky activations that give you the plus mult happening twice as much. So, you know, on average 5 cards you would get plus 20 one time. Now you get plus 20 twice as much. So it's kind of like plus 20 mult. It's kind of like plus $7 per round. Has synergy with the Spaceman, has synergy with the Hallucination, has synergy with the 8-ball. The thing that people find frustrating about the chance mechanics is, you know, sometimes you miss. Sometimes you play 3 face cards and you don't get the money from the business card, then you're sad. Same with parking. You don't get the $1 from... It's not even that big of a difference. $1 or not get $1. Yes or no? Dollar, no dollar. It's not that big a difference, but it still feels bad if you don't get that $1. And oops just says always dollar, always yes, always tarot card. I don't think it's as fun as gift card though. I don't think it's as powerful as gift card. Oops has synergies which are fun. Every run has access to lucky cards. But every run would rather just have gift card. Put dice above duo. Okay, I mean the oops is not as powerful as baseball card. Above duo, but below DNA? Yeah. Above duo? Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Feels bizarre hearing the doc speak without the background music. Yeah. I've heard that. Alright. Oops clears DNA. Nah, DNA is too strong. Here, if we're putting Vagabond way up here, then DNA's got to be at least up here. That's what DNA does. DNA is every round you get a death card for free. Vagabond gives you random tarot cards. DNA gives you death every time. In terms of aura, Baron's got stinky aura. Vagabond, stinky aura. Baron, worse aura. After beating Gold Stake on everything, on all the different decks, want to play White Stake a lot. I'm just realizing that I'm playing the same builds over and over again because it's too easy. Yeah, there's no punishment for doing the same thing every time on White Stake. You gotta play on Gold Stake so you can feel alive. Baron, Yeah. No, I think I like that. I was questioning it. Now I'm doubling down. Baron is like barely better than Shoot the Moon. Load bearing bucket. Thank you for the $5 for the Trevor Foundation. Sorry, the Trevor Project. Woodrow Wilson, thank you for the $6 for the Trevor Project. Prefer Shoot the Moon over Baron personally. Yeah, I mean, Shoot the Moon does more early. The Baron does nothing until it does everything. Baron alone sucks. Baron alone sucks. Baron plus Red Seal, slightly less bad. Baron plus Mime, very powerful. Why do I need these other things in order for the Baron to do anything at all? Baron plus blue seals? Yeah, but I could just turn the blue seals into steel cards and not use up a Joker slot. Feast or Famine type card. And that's why it's down here with 6 cents in the Feast or Famine category. Other rares don't need as much help. At least the tribe, as soon as you take it, you can use it on every hand. I think Baron's even down here. I think Baron is in the same categories as all the other, like, cares about rank. All the rank jokers. What's the worst rare? I mean, it might be the Baron. Is there a worse rare? Maybe Tribe is worse. Wee Joker. Scaling chips. Okay. Scaling chips? Yeah. What about... What about... What about... Nah. Okay. I think I figured it out. Scaling chips is powerful. Okay. Scaling jokers in general, fun. I can love that little guy. Yeah. Not above Cavendish. Cavendish is pretty fun time. I like that he's wee. It's a funny little guy. Because it's rare, it scales faster than the Bull and the Square Joker, and because it scales faster, wee never becomes irrelevant. It never goes out of style. I think as wee gets stronger, it should get smaller. What about the opposite? What about as it gets stronger, it like the card physically gets bigger? So like you can actually grow it. I could see it going either way. Smaller is funny. Yeah, maybe. All right. Dusk, Saki Busky, and Hack. Well, Fibonacci. Fibonacci is up here with Onyx Agate. I would say Fibonacci's above. Fibonacci probably above Cloud9. Maybe something like that. Above Onyx Agate for sure. Yeah. Got a message from Load Bearing Bucket. Load Bearing Bucket, thank you for the $5 for the Trevor Project. Load Bearing Bucket, you think erosion's a little bit too low? All right, there we go. Moved it up. Why is trading cards so low? Because I only have room for, however many tiers. We can't be having 20 tiers or whatever. Good talk on the erosion. Well, dang. Why is erosion so low for a trading card lover? Because trading card is always a good time. Erosion is only a good time if you have trading card. All right. There are times for erosion. I find it very difficult to believe that there are times for flower pot. In theory, sure. But in practice, nah. What I need Splash to be twice as common. I need Splash to show up more often. Hiker is scaling chips. Kind of like Castle. I think the Castle is stronger than the Hiker. Hiker has the benefit you can sell the Hiker after you stack up the chips. But I think overall just having the chips on the Castle is better. Because the Castle you can apply the chips to every hand. Question. Does the number need to be bigger on the Hiker, or it's kind of just okay? It's kind of just like a middle uncommon. I think middle uncommon is fine for the Hiker. I want Matador to do the thing, but it just doesn't do the thing. You know what Matador does? Matador gives me $30 one time. It gives me $30 sometime. Matador's up here with credit card. Matador is like slightly above credit card in terms of like how often I use it, but in terms of vibes is a little bit lower. Matador definitely, if you think about, okay, all the runs that I've ever played, How often is Matador useful compared to credit card? I would say Matador is useful more often. But it's got bad vibes. There are bosses where Matador should activate, but then it doesn't. There are bosses where maybe Matador shouldn't activate, but it does. The thing that I don't like about Matador is this kind of feast or famine type thing. Kind of like Flower Pot, where a lot of times it does nothing, and then the one time it does way too much. So here's what I want. Here's the dream for Matador. I want to rework. Thunk already said that he wants to rework the Matador. What I want is I want Matador to happen more often, and I want the payout to be smaller. That's what I want. Happen more often, payout smaller. I do like this idea of, interacting with the bosses and potentially you have this danger. Someone said, like, what if Matador is every time you play a hand against the boss, then you get money. Any boss, any hand, you get money, and then it's just a small amount of money. Maybe it's like $3 per hand, or maybe it's $4 per hand, or something like that. I don't love that necessarily, but I do like some kind of just more often, but less money. Can't. Sorry, Don Slib wants to know: can we move the hiker to honors? HR Hodes. Thank you for the $15 for the Trevor project. Don Slit, thank you for the $20 for the Trevor project. You're a fan of the hiker. You know what's cool about the hiker? If you combine it with the Chad, the card grows faster, and then once the card grows, then you get to reuse the card again. With even just a small amount of retriggering, the hiker is pretty fun. It's fun to make jokers go up, but also it's like pretty fun to make just a card go up. Hiker's the only thing that does that. Everything else, it's the joker goes up, and then potentially you sell the joker later after you replace it with something potentially stronger for your build. But the hiker is kind of unique in that it makes your cards better, and then you can use death to copy your cards. Is kind of fun and unique. Over 400 chips on one card? Yeah, sometimes. Sorry, what did HR say? I might have missed it. Question about certificate. Does certificate do too much? Random seal, random card every round. Is that doing too much? Should it be, can we go, how about 50% chance you get a random card? Or is that not enough? Should it be a rare joker? It's fun. It is fun. It's RNG dependent. Yeah, that's what's fun about it. I think, yeah, 2 out of 3, 2 and 3 chance. Random seal but unenhanced. Wait, but it already does that. It already does random seal but unenhanced. The card should go into the deck, not into your hand. I kind of like that it goes into your hand so that you can see the card. The card gets generated, you can see it right away. You don't have to look at your deck. Imagine, every time you start a round, you have to look at your deck. That sounds horrible. Whoa, that was my ankle. Yeah, I like that you can see the card right away. Also, it has like these random synergies where, if I have like an extra card in my hand, I can play maybe like a flush or something like that. Okay. Does certificate Does certificate need to be extra blueprint timing? That's something that I would probably patch out. We don't want the game to have any quick time events. We don't want folks who play slower, we don't want them to be at a disadvantage. It's like, oh, because I can't move as fast, I don't get to play the whole game. So 6 cents to play the game slower. Hey, it could be a mobility issue. It could be, you know, some kind of dexterity issue. There are like, you know, there's a lot of different reasons why you might not be able to play as fast. All right. So the thing about 6 cents is you get random spectral cards, and like the thing that you want most is you want the seals. But like certificate just gives you seals. Like there is something powerful about being able to put a seal on the specific card that you want. There is something powerful about the other spectral cards that you could get. But the seals really are the very important. I don't know necessarily, you know, exclusively important or the most important, but they're definitely very important. Certificate once per boss. No, that would suck. I would hate that. Maybe rare. Maybe $8. Maybe $8 uncommon. I would accept $8 uncommon. Avalios, thank you for the $10 for the Trevor Project. Mr. McFlufflekins, thank you for the $50 for the Trevor Project. Avalios and Mr. McMufflekins, I'm prepared to hear you out. Unpopular take, but I do enjoy doing the mime and blueprint. I think it's alright. I'd rather patch it out. RIP Blueprint and Brainstorm. Sounds controversial. Blueprint and Brainstorm, they're just so much better than all the other rares. We said Chad is allowed to be better than the rest of the commons. Like, of all the commons, there's allowed to be the good one. There's allowed to be the premium one. Same with all of the uncommons. There's allowed to be, you know, maybe trading card is better than all the other uncommons. Same thing with the rares. It's okay if there's a rare that's better than the rest. Like Invisible Joker, for example. I think Invisible Joker is perfect. I like Invisible Joker. But then, to go even one step further, Invisible Joker gives you another copy of whatever, not even your best Joker, but another copy of one of your Jokers. Blueprint and Brainstorm, they don't just copy one Joker. They copy all of your Jokers. They copy your different Jokers at different times. They copy your value generating mail-in rebate. They copy your end of round money mime. They copy your scoring Jokers. They copy your let's see here, tarot card generating Joker, like discard to the mail-in rebate, and then you play your 8s, copying the 8-ball, and then you, when you're ready to score, you copy your Chad or something like that. And for that reason, maybe they should be legendary. Maybe Brainstorm can be rare, but Blueprint should be legendary. Maybe something like that. You know what? We won't even let them look at each other. Invisible Joker's perfect, though. Invisible Joker's great. It's more gambling. Invisible Joker's a perfect design. The correct amount. Yeah. Alright. Midas Mask is busted. The problem with Midas Mask is you can't nerf it. It's not strong enough to be rare, but you can't. What would you change about Midas Mask to nerf it? Like, it used to be you just play 5 cards, they don't have to score, but then we changed it to it has to be scoring cards. It's not enough. It's still too powerful. Make it more expensive. Make it an $8 Joker. Could be. I think $10 is too steep. Could be $8 Jokers. Stencil's an $8 Joker. Fibonacci's $8. Midas Mask, I think, should be $8. 1 in 2 chance to turn into gold. Nah, I think that's too. Maybe. If I'm comparing Midas Mask to something like Cardomancer, maybe 1 in 2 chance to turn into gold cards. Midas Mask is too fun to nerf. If the thing that you like about it is that it's powerful, then that's a bad reason not to nerf something. That's like a good reason that you should nerf it. It's like, oh, people only like it because it's powerful. I think that's not the case for Midas Mask. I think the thing that people like about Midas Mask is like, oh wow, I get to turn all of my cards into gold. In an instant, you play 2 pair, bam, gold cards. Midas Mask was already nerfed once. That doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve it again. It's flavorful? Yes. No vampire synergy. So 1 in 2 chance, but copyable. Yes. Well, so the problem with that is in most runs, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like, oh, blueprint exists as like the reason to nerf or buff something. So same with like photograph. Like, yes, we acknowledge that the chat exists because and it is a common joker and it's going to show up some amount, but you can't really rely on blueprint or brainstorm in any run. Even sometimes you have thousands of dollars, you reroll and you can't find that blueprint or whatever. Not if you nerf blueprint. Yeah, so in the Pokemon mod, there's like the Joker that's kind of like blueprint, but when you leave the shop or when you start the round, it's one of the two. It copies, it locks in, and then it stays that same thing for the whole round. Or it's like once you play a hand, then it stops copying for the rest of the round. Smeargle? Yeah, there's Smeargle, and there's also what's the other one? It's like the little fox thing, maybe. Zorua. Yeah. And I think those are 2 really cool ways of balancing blueprint and brainstorm. I think those are clever. Don't even think Midas Mask is busted. I think Ticket is busted. Ticket is not, because like in most runs you can't really get that many gold cards anyway. Golden Ticket is not that powerful if you can't get very many gold cards. If you have the Joker that gives you too many gold cards, then of course the Golden Ticket is going to be better in that context. But that doesn't mean Golden Ticket is too good. That means the thing that gave you all those gold cards gave you too many. That's what that means. Ticket is $1 extra per gold card played. You have possible synergy, possible retriggering synergy, Chad synergy, but most of the time it's just an extra dollar. Instead of hold it for $3, you play it, you get $1. Like the baseline on the Golden Ticket is very weak. I think Midas Mask does too much. First card gold? It could be first hand. The first hand per round, all of the face cards become gold. 1 hand per round. Could be. Could be. I don't like 1 in 2 chance. I don't like copyable. Blueprint Brainstorm, copyable. Could be the final hand of the round instead of the first hand. Then it's a little bit easier to use. It doesn't necessarily need to be easier to use. We have so many effects that are first hand, right? Sixth Sense is only the first hand each round. DNA is only the first hand each round. Trading card is first discard. Burn Joker is first discard. And so... Sorry, where was this? Below... No, it was up here. Better than. Okay. Yeah. Burnt was above Stuntman. Okay. Yeah. So Midas Mask, it could be first hand, it could be last hand, it could be. There exists a rework which works. But if it's the first hand, should it keep the face card requirement? I think face card is, thematic. People get turned into gold. Well, I guess everything gets turned into gold. That's like the deal with Midas Mask. You know, because there's so many cards that already care about face cards. It would be cool if we take a Joker that cares about face cards and make it not care about face cards. So, like, why does Midas Mask have to care about face cards? Like, isn't the Midas thing, like, you turn anything into gold? You could turn, and then that way it could be, if you want to do hackable cards, you could turn your low cards into gold. Maybe then you don't need, what is it? You don't need the Pareidolia. Because it's a mask, I guess. Midas Touch? I mean, you just rename it, right? I don't know. I don't know the lore. All right, Load Bearing Bucket. Thank you for the $10 for the Trevor Project. Load Bearing Bucket wants the Hiker to move up. There's not that much more room for the Hiker to move up. I guess you could move it up with the rest of the Chips Jokers here. Load Bearing Bucket. Erosion moves up. Not Hiker. Oh. Sorry, for some reason I saw Hiker. Where was this? This was down here? Okay. Fine. It's more useful than Fortune Teller in its current form, but Fortune Teller, we can still fix him. We can fix him. There we go. Yeah. I think that's it. Erosion is more useful because of baseball. Oh. Baseball card turns uncommons into more than nothing. Alright. Sorry, Avalios. What did Avalios say? Avalios wants the rebate to move up. Rebate has this nice little mini game. We said this earlier, like this mini game of you turn your deck into all one card, right? Obviously, it's frustrating when you're 90% of the way there and then Rebate picks the 10% that's not there yet. But like once you get there, it's very satisfying. It's very satisfying to copy with Blueprints and Brainstorms and get that $25 for the one discard. Kind of like Idle, but useful. Oh, Moyles, thank you for the $15 for the Trevor Project. Mr. McFlufflekins, thank you for the $10. Idle Slander. I think something that's like slightly underrated about the Idol is even if the Idol misses, it's still useful. Like, Photograph is ×2 on your face cards. And if you got the Chad, you only need one face card. Same with the Idol. If it's like your 7 of Hearts and it's not your King of Hearts, you only need the one. And then you re-trigger the one. And then you play a flush with hearts, and then it's fine. It's like a mini game. Whatever the card that it picks, okay, can we draw that card now? Can be useful if you're playing straights. Then no matter what the idol hits, you can play a straight around that card. Yeah. What does $3 Joker mean? Splash is a Joker that costs $3 because it's supposed to cost $3. Pareidolia is a Joker that doesn't cost $3, but it could cost $3. All right. Pareidolia should be a common. Thought it could be a common a while back. I don't want Pareidolia to show up too much. I like it being uncommon. But I think it could be way cheaper. Just like the dice. I think the dice only $4, right? For an uncommon, only $4. How about Cartomancer? Cartomancer is just less fun than... We want another tier at the bottom for the Blueprint and the Brainstorm. We want to give them some space. Add a row below. All right. This is the gay tier. Blueprint and Brainstorm together at the bottom. Here, we'll reverse them. There we go. Yeah, the thing that's nice about Cartomancer, the thing that makes Cartomancer an uncommon and Hallucination a common, Cartomancer, guaranteed tarot card. No strings attached. I don't have to mess with booster packs, I just get a tarot card. Ante 1, you pick up Cartomancer, you're having a good time already. No problem. The thing that's awkward about it is when I leave the shop, usually, well, it depends on how much money I have. If I have any amount of money, if I'm doing any amount of rerolling, sometimes I'm holding onto tarot cards, and if I leave the shop, then I'm blocking my Cartomancer, and that makes me sad. Cartomancer gives me tarot cards, which allow me to build a better deck, which allow me to get more resources, have more money, and then it turns off my Cartomancer. Cartomancer makes itself obsolete, and that makes sad sometimes. 8-Ball's kind of like that, right? Where you get more 8s, give you more tarot cards, except you only have 2 consumable slots, so you can only get 2 tarot cards at a time. What's convenient about Hallucination is you open the tarot card, or you open the Arcana packs, you get the tarot cards right away, and then you can decide, oh, that's actually garbage, I don't want that, I sell it, and then I re-roll for something else. Or I can use it right away inside the Arcana pack, and then I can still re-roll and then find something else, buy something else. I think because Cartomancer gives you the tarot cards for free, I think Cartomancer is still better. I think Cartomancer is still uncommon, Hallucination common, but there is some awkwardness here. I think if Hallucination was guaranteed, every time you open a booster pack, you get a tarot card. I don't think it would be strong enough to be rare, but it'd be close. What if Cartomancer worked after cash out? When you enter the shop, you get a tarot card? Maybe. It would be more similar. Yeah. Why not both? No, that'd be too many. That'd be too many tarot cards. I think already 1 tarot card per round is plenty. we were talking before about like, yeah, how difficult is it to get tarot cards, period. One Arcana pack every 2 shops, one tarot card every 3.5 rerolls. How much money is Cartomancer generating me, right? Like, if I see a tarot card, it only costs me $3 to buy a tarot card. But Cartomancer is giving me more than $3 worth of value every round because it costs money to see tarot cards. It costs $3 to buy tarot cards. It costs more money to see tarot cards by re-rolling. So the random tarot card that you get from the Cartomancer is probably worth, somewhere like $8-9. Okay. You don't necessarily have an Arcana pack every round. Yeah. If you get it after cash out, you might be holding it for even longer because you might not have an Arcana pack to use it in. That's also true. I think it's fine. I think, you just take it early, and then when you have the resources where you have too many tarot cards and you don't have enough consumable slots, then you just sell Cartomancer, and that's fine. O'Moyles wants to move Vagabond down. Does not think that Vagabond is up here with the rest of them. Vagabond is dishonorable, perhaps. I agree. Dishonor. All right, we're getting close. Showman does the thing. Kinda. $15 from Stupid. Back to the same place. I don't remember where's the same place. It was up here with the rares. Split the difference. Vagabond is below mail-in rebate. Because I like money. Deal with it. Showman has to go. I think Showman might gotta go. Does Showman make sense as a voucher instead? Yes, no, maybe, no. It makes packs worse. That's what I like about this. Not all vouchers are strictly positive. It's like there's some trade-offs, right? Like you get the voucher that gives you more tarot cards when you want more tarot cards. But then you reach a point where, well, I don't really need more tarot cards. I wish there were more jokers in the shop. Too bad. If you don't want only tarot cards, then don't take the tarot card voucher. Showman as a tier 2 voucher. If you made it a tier 2 voucher, it would never come up. You would never get it. And then that would be sad. Mr. McFlufflekins, thank you for the $15.01. Are we Vagabond goes down again? Is that what we're doing? I want multiple jokers, but I don't want to sacrifice a joker slot. Okay, so I do like that. I do like that aspect of the Showman. Is like, okay, if I want to get a copy of something with maybe Invisible Joker, you have to take the Invisible Joker, you have to hold on to the Invisible Joker. And it's kind of the same thing with the Showman. I have to hold on to the Showman that's taking up one of my Joker slots for the promise of getting some power later, some copy later. Stupid, thank you for the $15 and 2 additional cents for the Trevor Project. Okay. If Showman does this and if Invisible does it, doesn't that just mean Showman does the same thing that Invisible does, but it does it differently? It does it worse because there's no gambling involved? Like, if there's no gambling, then what's the point? Showman Tier 1 voucher makes duplicates possible. Tier 2 voucher makes duplicates more likely. That could be cool. How much more likely? I don't know, but you know, it could be a little bit more likely. What I like about the voucher version is it's irreversible. If you want to get more copies of Blueprint and Brainstorm, you have to accept the fact that your Arcana packs and your Celestial packs are gonna be worse. And just live with it and play around it. If you want to do the powerful thing, you have to make some sacrifices. Mr. Bones, goated. Mr. Bones for the save every time. You know what? Mr. Bones can hang out here with the vampire. Hang out here with the drizzler. You want to see another blueprint? You got to see all the trash first. All right. In that case, I think it's time to bring in Ricky. Look at these fine gentlemen. Canio's annoying. Removing face cards? I could get face cards all day. Removing face cards? I can't. But Ricky, I can always discard. Gold's sake, 2 discards per round? I could do it. Ricky gaining 1 X-Molt every 3 rounds? I could do it. Easy. Castle below runner? Hey, Clay's here. Clay, thank you for the $25 for the Trevor project. Clay, distract stupid from where we put the castle. Canio is the least strong, unlike some other jokers. Canio feels too inconsistent, similar to Erosion. I mean, it's exactly the same problem. It's exactly, can I remove cards from the deck? The answer is no. Why is York specifically 23? It's a reference to Hamlet. Something something happens after 23 days. Mr. McFlufflekins, thank you for the 25 additional dollars. We've got a bidding war. Canio very strong, extremely inconsistent. I hate that. I hate when things are overpowered. It's too powerful, and the way that you justify it is like, well, it's inconsistent. I hate that. Why can't it just be medium? With a medium probability. Put Droll in front of Square. Show how much the doc appreciates flushes. I think Droll I cannot abide. But if you want some flush love, we could put Ancient Joker up here. If I were to tell you that Ante-1 Ancient Joker almost always wins on Gold's sake, you would probably believe me. If I were to tell you, you know, Ante-1 Ancient Joker, that's a recipe for a high score situation on white stake, you probably believe me. $75.25. The doc hates charity. It's gonna take more than that. If you want to move the needle on the Droll Joker, it's gonna take more than that. True Belay sucks. Give me a rework. Tree Blade gives you a big number. Sure, obviously. Okay. Tree Blade does not take as much work as like the Idol, which okay, that makes sense. You know, the Idol's an uncommon and the Tree Blade's legendary. Sure, fine. But Tree Blade just so boring. If you don't have to work for it, boring. Oh, I get True Blade. I guess we're playing. I played 2 pair. I scored 10,000 points. Yay, I guess. Play a full house. Now it's, you know, 100,000 points. Cool. Go me. Expelled for being boring. You know, True Blade used to be times 1.5 instead of times 2. Mr. McFlufflekins, thank you for the $100 donation for the Trevor Project. Droll Joker is just as stinky as Vagabond. There you go. Side by side. Wait. There we go. Now it's side by side. Just as stinky. Mr. McFlufflekin says no. In front of the square. But all my cheapas. Alright, I know how to fix this. All we gotta do is do that. There. Gotta move Vagabond too? Says who? Alright. The Soul is rare enough. Legendary Jokers are rare enough that they're not, you know, they're not gonna happen all of the time. Which means, I don't know, it could be early in a run, could be late in a run. And if I get Ricky, I can always do Ricky. If I get Canio, I can usually do Canio. It is an annoying side quest, but it is doable as a side quest. Where did Canio end up? Right here? Canio, I think, has a similar problem to Erosion. Yeah. Yeah. In the wrong class. The thing about True Blade is, if I get it, if I'm not already doing this, then I'm sad. Except, I have enough reasons to do face cards that I'm almost always doing this, and that makes me twice as sad. That True Blade always makes my run better. I think that's kind of lame. Ziggy, thank you for the $5 for the Trevor Project. True Blade is photographed but better. Yawn. What did Ziggy say? Chico's boring too. Turn off the bosses. That's the only engaging part of the game. That's the only fun part of the game. Is like, oh, you know, maybe this boss does something weird, and then now I have to actually think about, you know, whether or not I'm gonna survive here. I got a puzzle that I gotta solve. But then if you take away the bosses, there's no drama. There's no, am I gonna score enough points? It's the same as the big blind, just bigger. You get Chico out of an Arcana pack, and you just sell it. I don't think Matador should be expelled. It should be enrolled in night classes at the extension school. Burkleton, we're gonna give the Matador gonna get a glow up. Matador's gonna go to school. We have one legendary left. All right. Plinko is objectively the most game breaking. We know this. We've seen this. Plinko allows you to do things that you can't do otherwise. But That's why Plinko is perfect. You know, because we saw this. We saw this on we play. You know, at the tag team throwdown on day 2, we had Gold Stake. The first run was with Plinko, right? And I was like, okay, everyone gets Plinko. We're playing on. Not only can you copy planet cards and you can copy tarot cards, we're gonna play on Ghost Deck where you can copy spectral cards, and then you can use the spectral cards in all different kind of ways, right? And we got to see these 11 different people on Gold Stake use Perkeo in all different kinds of ways, and I thought that was cool. I think that's cool in general. Obviously, it's like busted, overpowered, kind of like Vagabond is like way too powerful. But it is, you know, it scratches a certain kind of, you could do all kinds of different science with it. I think because you can do so many different things, even if you don't do the most powerful thing, even if you do like a medium power thing, like, oh, if I just use Plinko to copy Magician and make a bunch of lucky cards, like that's already cool. That's already fun. I don't need to copy Cryptid. I don't need to copy Death. I could just copy Hermit, and like that's already kind of fun. All right, get down here. Watch him go at it. Got to be over here, right? Now they're watching him, watching them. Disgusting. Now it's even more gay down here. C-Dubs likes the Burnt Joker. Wants to see Burnt Joker move up in the world. C-Dubs, thank you for the $11.11 for the Trevor Project. Up here? Is that where you want to go? Is that correct? Between the gift card and the Midas Mask. Burnt Joker is just a really good time. I think it's just a really good design. You could do the easy thing to level up the high card. You could do the slightly more challenging thing and level up your 2 pair and your flushes. And you could do the crazy thing and level up your 4 of a kind. And that's great. Astronomer gives you free stuff. It's a value generator. It's kind of like Cartomancer, but the stuff that you get is not useful to you. It's kind of like a Golden Joker, except instead of being able to spend the money on rerolls, you get the money on just booster packs, just celestial packs. I think with not every shop having a celestial pack, and also there not being that many planet cards in the shop, I think on average, Astronomer is like not really that strong. Doesn't really give you that much money, but definitely if you have more money, then it is more power. So it's kind of like the free reroll. If you have more money, you're rerolling more times. If you're rerolling more times, you're getting more free planet cards. Usually you don't really care about the extra planet cards, you just buy them and sell them. As a rental, it's great. Yeah, that's true. This is why Gold Stake is so cool. This is why rental jokers are so cool, is because they're not always bad. Sometimes you get like rental cola, sometimes you get rental astronomer, sometimes you get rental hallucination, and then you sell it. Same with Eternals. I think perishables are the worst. Perishables are never beneficial. Astronomer is a value generator, but not a very good one. Probably better than Rough Gem. Rentals plus Campfire, yeah. Why is Golden so low? Because it's hard to get gold cards. That's why. It's hard to get retriggering effects. That's why. Oh, why is Golden Joker so low? Because it's... Oh, not the ticket. Okay, yeah. Because it's only $4 per round. You got to pay $6 to get $4 per round. there are better synergies. Early interest though, yeah, it's fine. I mean, it does exactly what it advertises that it's gonna do. It just doesn't do anything exciting. It doesn't do anything special. Could put it up here though. Hand size, Bean and Troubadour. Troubadour up here with Juggler. Troubadour is very powerful. So, let's see here. Troubadour is itself a value generator. If you get gold cards, steel cards, blue seals, it's an enabler. It's kind of like shortcut, enables you to play interesting hands, maybe play a straight, maybe play, I don't know, something. I think the artwork is cool, the design is cool. Similar but different compared to the Juggler. I think Troubadour just below the Cartomancer. I think if we're thinking about, okay, Cartomancer and Hallucination, the tarot card generators, they enable you to do something that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Troubadour is kind of like that. Enables you to do something you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Enables you to play hands you wouldn't otherwise be able to play. It's kind of like shortcut in that way, but maybe if I had to choose between these, I would say Troubadour a little bit lower than the Cartomancer. If I just have a better deck, then maybe the hand size doesn't matter to me as much. But the Bean is irreplaceable. 5 hand size, 50% more hand size is so dumb. What I love is when you open an Arcana pack and you get to open 15 cards and then you get to do surgery. It's like, show me all of them. Like, if you have Vagabond, what is the other Joker that you want to pair with it? You want to put the Bean with it. So you can hold on to what are the cards that I actually want to use the tarot cards on. You get to eat the Bean. That's a good time too. Alright. Are there other Jokers I would be willing to pay $3 for? Cola? Cola's a $3 Joker. Bean goes lower. Mr. McFlufflekins? Pay $3 for a Cola? Yeah. Mr. McFlufflekins, thank you for another $5 on top of the, like, you know, 200 or something dollars that you've already dropped today for the Trevor project. Why is it called a bean anyway? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Just by looking at it, couldn't tell you why they call this is a bean. Sorry, Mr. McFlufflekin says put it next to Baron. Put what next to Baron? Not a big fan of legumes. Not a fan of legumes, you say? I mean, could go down here, I guess. Maybe something like that. It is temporary. Here's the thing. 6 cents removes cards from your deck. Card removal, exciting, powerful. Bean doesn't remove cards from your deck, goes below 6 cents. Turtle Bean, thank you for the $5.01. Thank you for the $5 for the Trevor project. Above the Vagabond, you think you'd rather have Bean than Vagabond? I would rather have Bean than Vagabond. Vagabond is a diva and Vagabond is stinky. I said it before, I'll say it again. Bean me up. Bean into Ouija. Being into Sigil. Being into Familiar, and then you have even more cards. Alright, how about this? How about Andrew? Discards. Andrew is like Troubadour. I think most of the time Andrew is stronger because I'm playing a build where I don't actually want to hold that many cards in hand. I would rather just discard for Rebate and Purple Seals and Faceless Joker and stuff like that. I would rather discard and try to draw my blue seals rather than holding my blue seals. I would rather not have -1 hand so that I can play extra hands. Andrew's kind of in there. Burglar's kind of like Andrew, except you lose out on a bunch of synergies. You lose out on Rebate synergy, you lose out on Purple Seal synergy, you lose out on Castle synergy, but you gain Bus and Green Joker and Square synergy, 8-Ball synergy, you gain Spaceman synergy. If you get twice as many hands, that gives you twice as many points. Kinda. I think the Burglar does kind of a unique thing that maybe something like the Flash card doesn't do. Probably I put the Burglar somewhere like that. Talk to me about Satellite. How do we fix the Satellite? Alright, Satellite's $1 per planet card you've used. I don't wanna. You don't want to fix it? It's removed from the game? Okay, Edsy, if it was $3 per planet card, would you use Satellite? Would you buy it every once in a while? Not all the time, but would you buy it at least one time if I made it $3 per planet card? $3 too much. Yeah. I mean, this is the starting point. So this is how we start the conversation. Does there exist a number where you would always take it? If it was $3, you would always take it. If it was $2, you would probably still take it. It's so expensive. So I mean, like the idea is maybe you will have incidentally upgraded a couple different hands anyway. Like when you open a Celestial pack, sometimes the Celestial pack just doesn't have what you want, right? A third of the time the Celestial pack doesn't have what you want, you take a different card. And so like when the Satellite shows up, it's retroactive. It counts the planet cards that you've previously used. Maybe. One thing that's like kind of weird about the Satellite is it only counts planet cards used. It doesn't care about hand levels. So if I go and I look at my hand levels, if my hand levels got de-leveled or something like that, or if I got some other way of leveling up my hands, then it's confusing. It's harder to track. Maybe. I think if Satellite was $2 per planet card, it would be too strong. It would scale up to 18. That's too strong. I think $1.50 per planet card is correct, but you can't do $1.50. So what do we do instead? Stronger than Rough Gem at $12. Yeah. $1. No, not $1 per two. What are you talking about? $3 per two. I mean, $3 per two. That is like mathematically equivalent to 1.5 per one, but I don't know if that's necessarily more palatable. Like if you saw the card and the card said like gives you money for each planet used, gives you $3 for every 2 planet used, I wouldn't like that. It would be ugly to read. It would be ugly to think about. Is already so confusing. Scrimble, that's right. It's already confusing. Let's not make it more confusing with this 3 per 2. Similar to Rocket, where it starts at a certain dollar amount and gains 1 for each. So it doesn't start at 0, you're saying. It already starts at 1. It already starts at 2. Kinda. Are we ever in a situation where we have no hand levels? Not really. Agree with Edsy. So none of the scaling jokers start above 0. They all start at 0, right? Is that true? It used to be false. It used to be the different scaling jokers started at different amounts, but now they all start at 0. If it had a starting amount, it would be too similar to the Rocket. It would be too similar to Golden Joker and too similar to Cloud9, which starts at 4. I don't want just it's Rocket but different. I think we can do better. Design-wise, I think we can do better. I think we can do more interesting. The problem I have right now is $1 is too low, $2 is too high. Maybe it needs to do something different. Wingcap, thank you for the $50. Thank you for the $50 for the Trevor project. Wingcap says start over. Okay, I mean we can run. Okay, from the top here we've got of course scaling Xmolt is one of the strongest things that you could do in sort of a generic run, and so maybe scaling Xmolt Vampire here at the top. Of course, more scaling Xmolt. We've got Ricky here. We've also got Mr. Bones. So obviously scoring Xmolt, that's how you score more points, but if you lose, then you don't get to score any points, and so having the Mr. Bones here keeps you from dying, then that could be very powerful. Sorry, $1 per hand level. I feel like having it uncapped is too strong. Or maybe it's not. Definitely, if you make it 1 per hand level, that's way easier to get hand level than it is to get 9s for Cloud9. I think Cloud9 is kind of perfect. I think Cloud9 is kind of okay. Or an uncommon. What if Satellite gives money per planet card used? What does that mean? What do you mean $3 to $5? You use a planet card and get money right away. How about something like, I guess, what is the flavor of the satellite? So satellite, obviously it's space themed, just like there's all the space themed jokers, and so that's why it cares about planet cards. But like, what does the satellite have to do with playing the different planet? Satellite observes. Well, I typically think of a satellite as observing like one planet. Like a satellite doesn't orbit one planet. That's what it means to be a satellite. Crash has got to head out. Goodbye, Crash. Got a ton of stuff to do today. All right. Good luck, Crash. Idea. Constellation kind of does that too. Yeah. Per consecutive planet, per different planet. That sounds too complicated. How about this? When you use a planet of a level 1 hand, gain money. Period. So if you have already invested in a lot of planets, then the satellite's not going to do anything for you. But if there's some planets that you haven't used yet, then you can go hunt for those. And then when you do, you get the money and then you sell it after it's paid out. That's underpowered, isn't it? I mean, what if the bounty was pretty high? How big a number? I mean, how big you want? $8? How about $8? Kind of like to-do list? Yes, but the to-do list is do all of them. Or I guess it could be, what if it is to-do list? What if it's like, when you use this planet card, gain $5, and then the planet card changes every round. Does that suck? I think that sucks. I think that's okay, but I mean, sorry, hear me out. That's like if it's changing every round, then like, what are the odds that it picks the planet card that corresponds to, you know, what's in the shop or whatever? Maybe then it gives you some incentive to hold on to planet cards and like wait until satellite changes and then cash in on the bounty. Maybe it gives you some incentive to do like weird stuff with blue seals. When you give it the planet card that it wants, then it changes. Okay, yeah. Planet cards also cost money. I don't think it should care about what hands you play. I think it should just be random. $3 per round for every celestial pack skipped. That's terrible. There's not enough celestial packs for that to be interesting. $1 every time you play your most played hand. Hello, Raffle. Raffle, if you got a minute, maybe Raffle, maybe some of the raiders here, we need help. We're trying to figure out how do we fix satellite. So the issue we have with satellite is $1 per planet is too small. $2 per planet is too high. Can we come up with something that's in between? And like coming up with something that's in between 1 and 2, difficult. So what if we just rework it? Because another problem that satellite has is it's too similar to Rocket. Rocket is it starts out a little bit of money, it gets more money each round, or more money each boss. Hit a threshold like York used to be. When you reach a certain threshold, then satellite gives you money. The most recent thing that we were talking about is some kind of bounty where satellite picks a random hand or picks a random planet, and then when you use that planet, you get the payout. Kind of like to-do list, but for planets. Need to invent more planets. Cloud9 is kind of like Rocket too. Rocket's up here. I like the idea of a bonus once you get all the planets. Yeah, it just seems like let's say you go with this option of it's a bonus once you get all the 9 planets and then it turns on and then it starts doing the thing. It's nothing and then it's something. And then you can, balance-wise, you can make the number whatever you want. So the problem that we're having right now is it's like 1 per planet or 2 per planet. Those are like problematic numbers. 1 per planet's too low, 2 per planet's too high. So instead of having, choosing between 9 versus 18, you just pick a number in between and say it's like 15. When you activate all 9 planets, you get $15 per round or something like that. The problem with that is it's too much like Matador, where it does nothing for so long and then turns on and then does a lot all of a sudden. Like, that sucks. Rocket and Cloud9 are kind of smooth growth, smooth progression. Anyway, a couple different ideas that we've covered here. 1 and 2 chance to give $2. Nah. Make it like 1 for the first 3 and then 2 for more. You also want it to be not too complicated. You want it to not have too many words. Problem with Satellite is that it only works after 3 rounds. Pay $3 for a planet, which gives you $1 per round. Yes. Satellite is retroactive. It does pay you for the planet cards that you've already used, but if you get if you get Constellation, you're like, oh, now that I have Constellation, I'm going to do this thing that I wasn't already doing. I'm going to start buying planet cards that I wasn't already buying. Same with the Satellite. Now that I have the Satellite, I'm going to start buying more planet cards. But then the problem with that is the return is terrible. You spend $3 and then you get $1 per round. So I do like this bounty idea where it's kind of like the to-do list. It picks a random planet, it picks a random hand every round or something. Picks a random hand. When you play that or when you use that planet card, you get the money. Maybe then it's too similar to the to-do list. Either way, it needs some help. It needs some work. Like the Satellite, just think that the initial cost should be less. Yeah, and not just the Joker cost, but the initial cost of investing in the different planets. Satellite reveals what cards are in Celestial Packs. That's an interesting idea. I think that goes here. I think that goes in the $3 Joker bin. You can see inside Celestial Packs. Whoa, what if you can see inside all booster packs? Is that cool? Is that useful? Seeing doesn't progress the queue, technically. I mean, you would have to change how that's programmed. You would have to change that. Basically, it's like Schrodinger's cat. It's if you can see inside, then it's the same as opening it. That's what it would do. Probably isn't worth it for a single Joker. Yeah. X-ray Joker? Yeah, it wouldn't be a Satellite anymore. Satellite is more redeemable than Seance, I think. Idle's fine. It's not great, it's fine. Overjoke is okay. Four Fienders is like Shortcut, but it's just worse at what Shortcut does, and it does a different thing, which makes it easier so you can play flushes, but you don't need help playing flushes. It's okay. Makes it easier for straight flushes, that's true, but Shortcut makes it easier for straight flushes. The hard part about a straight flush is the straight part, not the flush part. Shortcut makes it easier to make straight flushes than Four Fingers does. Smear Joker with Four Fienders, probably Smear Joker. I like Smear Joker a little bit better. I think it's a little bit more fun. This idea of potentially having different suit jokers, or potentially, some kind of flower pot synergy or some kind of ancient joker synergy. Like in theory, like that seems cool, but in practice, doesn't come up very often because Smear Joker takes up a Joker slot. Smear Joker theme is amazing. Yes, agree. Great artwork, great effect to match the artwork. Re-triggering Jokers. Well, let's go Luchador first. I think Luchador is up in here. Most of the time you don't want it, most of the time you don't need it, but then the one time that you do need it, you're looking for it and can't find it. And then if you do find it, then you're pretty happy about it. Luchador, kind of like Matador. True. Yeah. I guess you use it in different circumstances. Like Matador, you have a chance of getting a big amount of money, but it's not necessarily the biggest amount of money, and you don't necessarily need that amount of money. Whereas, like, Luchador is the difference between life and death. And that's kind of important. How do we fix To the Moon? Double your interest is plus $5. That's it. To the Moon is like the Rocket, but worse. It's like Cloud9, but worse. $4 Joker. It's really cool if you get the extra interest vouchers. But, they're vouchers, so you don't see them all the time. Luchador feels more satisfying when you use it than the Matador. I actually find Matador to be more exciting. To the Moon's biggest issue is that you need to re-roll down sometimes, and then it turns off. Is that the only problem? Because that's not that much of a problem. The problem with To the Moon is the max is 5. It gives you $5 per round. Sometimes less, sometimes 5, usually 5, but sometimes less. What if To the Moon was triple your interest? Would that be okay? What? Too much? For an uncommon that just gives you $10 when you pick it up, and then it gives you $10 every time? Yeah, that's too much. You're right. Okay. What can we do instead? What if it altered your interest cap? Okay. Here's... Okay. What if it increased your interest cap? So, if you're playing on a normal deck with no... What's the thing? Let's say you didn't have seed money, okay? And it increased your interest cap by $25, okay? So, assuming that you don't have seed money, assuming that you're playing on a normal deck like the yellow deck, then that would be the same. It would be the same as what it currently does. If it's just like increase your interest cap by $25. Then when you get seed money, Seed Money has this synergy with To the Moon where now it's $10 per round is kind of strong. It's not like crazy overpowered, but it's like kind of strong. What if it changes $5 interest to $2 interest? That kind of does the same thing. Does a similar thing. No, what I like is green deck is kind of annoying when you get seed money, you don't have any interest, and then like the voucher doesn't do anything for you. I kind of like, you know, if seed money could give you interest when you otherwise wouldn't have interest. Yeah, so the problem that To the Moon has right now is if you don't have seed money, it does not enough. If you do have seed money, it kind of does a little bit too much. Not a lot too much, but a little bit too much when you have seed money. When you have money tree, then it does way too much. And so the idea that I like is what Sam said. Sam said gives you $1 for every $5 you have, up to a maximum of $10 per round. So it's like the same as increasing your interest cap. This Joker gives you money per money. I like the flat increase to your interest cap without doubling your interest. So it's like a second interest? Yeah. And you know, there's not that many game elements that like call out interest and like care about interest specifically. So you don't need to call it interest. Yeah, but otherwise it's like fine, it's functional. It's like Golden Joker, but Golden Joker is common and then To the Moon is uncommon. Needs to have some kind of random element. All right. We're down to the end here. We got the re-triggering jokers. Okay. Now what? Where do we want to put the re-triggering jokers? I mean, re-triggering effects are exciting, and in certain builds can be powerful. Most of the time, they're not super relevant, to be honest. Mime is always great because you can always. It's very easy to get access to gold cards and steel cards. Maybe not so much steel cards. Blue seals, sure. Sock is alright because it makes you money. Dusk costs you money. Maybe Sock is a little bit better than Hack. I like the Seltzer because it's just all the time, any hand. Even though it's perishable, it's like fun, perishable. Maybe something like this with Mime at the top. And so let's see here. This is commons, uncommons. As far as uncommon go, yeah, maybe like here. And then Mime goes up one. Maybe Mime goes Faces Joker, sure. Golden Ticket, sure. Photograph, sure. Sure. Mime Cartomancer? Yeah. Maybe like there. Maybe here. Maybe something like that. Mime does so much. It does so many different things. Value generation and also scoring. Being able to do both is powerful. Yeah. The value that you get from the Mime is not necessarily a lot though. It's very rare that you have more than 2 gold cards in your hand. If you only have 2 gold cards in your hand, that's only $6 from the Mime. Comparable to baseball card. Blue Seal, sure. You're not going to have a Blue Seal in every run, but yeah. All right. We did it. Took us 7 hours and several disconnections, but we did it. I guess I can save it in some way. I guess I can export it in some way. I guess we can drop it in the Discord if that's the thing that we want to do. We raised 13,000, almost 14, sorry, 1,300, almost $1,400 for the Trevor Project. Thank you everyone for your participation. This was a good enough time. This was an exhausting time. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for contributing. Not too late to contribute, I guess. All right. I did record a YouTube video for today. I did upload it. I just need to pick out a thumbnail. So if you want, one of the seeds from Wednesday, what was it? It was the second one. It was the Nebula deck one. I ended up playing that one as like a Balatro daily video. So if you want to try it yourself and like see what it feels like, you know, doing it yourself, I'll put that video up once I figure out what the thumbnail is going to be. All right. Goodbye, YouTube folks. There'll be a YouTube video momentarily.